Alright, I think we're good everywhere. If I just stream with my broken ass sleep schedule like I am now, then I don't actually have to worry about my grandma watching my stream ever. Or who knows, maybe my grandma's secretly a night owl. Alright. Zimbabwe to Equatorial Guinea. Oh fuck, I've been practicing Africa too. Oh, I have no excuses. Hold on, I swear I'm not cheating, I'm fixing my stream deck. It'd be really embarrassing if I was cheating because I'm gonna fail miserably anyway. Okay, Zimbabwe to Equatorial Guinea. Is it Gabon? I think that's the country around this one, yeah. I'm pretty sure Botswana is below it. Oh, I didn't need Angola. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Good one, bro. I don't know what fucking country. I'm pretty sure. I guess I needed Zambia. Oh, the DRC probably borders both, doesn't it? Oh no, it doesn't even. Okay. Oh, okay. So Central African Republic. Fuck. No, the Republic of the Congo is what's there. Okay. You know what? For Africa, you know, I'll take that. You know, that's fine. I'm chill with that. I'm chill with that. Oh, the year 1800? I don't know. I don't know what countries were. Okay, French Indonesia. That's French Indochina. What was Indonesia? It's probably fucking Dutch something. Yeah, Dutch East Indies. What did Saudi Arabia think that? I'm not gonna be able to get. I literally have no clue. I literally have zero idea. Okay, well. Okay. We gotta finish up some of the UBI things today. I think we have two. One of them is kind of long. I don't know. We got a lot of stuff to do. We're not gonna be able to do it all today. Ugh. We got some reading to do on UBI. I saw Destiny did some people that seem to be interesting. I saw clips of them on Twitter, so check it out. Yeah, it should be a good stream. I need to FK farm gunpowder. Oh, uh-oh. No, no. I'm not good with an Electra, god damn it. Oh, shit. Oops. Alright, perfect. God, I messed up the stupid farm so it fucking spawns other shit as well. Whatever. Okay. What the freak? Aggressives need to learn to take the W. True and base. I've gotten some mild pushback for praising the sunny, positive vibes of Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. Shouldn't we care about substantive policies rather than empty rhetoric? Well, obviously, substantive policy is important, but it doesn't just materialize out of a vacuum. You need to build popular support for it. And rhetorical attitudes can be very important for doing that. There are a number of reasons I think the Democrats' new positive vibes will be conducive to better policy, and I plan to write about all of them. But one reason is that I think positively could fix one of the biggest problems with progressive messaging: the obsession with outrage as the sole motivator for change. A lot of things in the world are worth getting outraged about, in my opinion. Outrage has been a successful motivator for many positive changes in the past: civil rights, prison reform, suffrage expansion, and so on. I expect it will be a powerful and important motivator for many positive changes in the future as well. But it's not the only motivator, and not the best approach in every situation. One problem is that outrage often manifests in the search for a bad actor or villain to get mad at. The housing shortage in US cities is very certainly real, but lots of progressives have approaches by blaming developers of luxury housing and corporate landlords. Those actors are not actually to blame for the housing shortage. Developers are the people who actually build housing. You won't actually create housing if a developer doesn't build it. Many developers are nonprofit and yet have difficulty building homes in California because regulations make construction incredibly expensive. And yet, many left NIMBY types oppose new housing construction on the grounds that it would supposedly make profits for developers. Meanwhile, luxury housing is a marketing buzzword. Any new housing gets called luxury because people need to sell to tenants. And although concentrated ownership by corporate landlords could indeed become a problem for affordability in the future, corporations earn far too tiny a sliver of the housing market to be a major factor. Another thing with the luxury housing thing, I think I swear I've heard this called like I swear I'm not inventing this, okay? Someone told me, or I watched somewhere that it was called like a hermit crab phenomenon, where even if you build like new luxury houses that most people can afford, in theory, assuming that people don't just own like 2 homes or whatever, which can happen, it's an issue, but people who, rich people will move into those new luxury homes, and that'll free up their old homes for people to move into. So there's you're still increasing the housing supply, and you're still going to bring prices down, even if you build like fancy, smancy luxury homes or whatever. I swear I didn't invent a hermit crab housing market, but I didn't I swear. Oh, I don't. Maybe it's this or something. But I feel like, I couldn't, last time I tried to look for it, I couldn't find what I was looking for, but this is probably it. Walk around Hyde Park or any neighborhood that has experienced generations of development confirms the fact it's easy to find great spots of working middle-class housing originally built for the wealthy. Particularly common are the turn-of-the-century townhomes that were subdivided into apartments after their original wealthy occupants were lured away by a new luxury tower. So when thinking about new developments in the housing market, remember that the luxury apartments of today are luxurious not because of some inherent value that they have, but only in relation to other apartments. When new development is permitted to proceed, the luxury apartments of today are devalued and subdivided into the middle and working class apartments of tomorrow. Yeah, see? When new development is not permitted, luxury apartments stay luxurious. calculates a larger shell, setting off a series of shell changes that scientists call a vacancy chain. Top 1% of hermit crabs owned only about 3% of the total shell weight. There are no warm buffers with Jeff Bezos. There's also no transfer shells between crabs and their offspring. Okay, anyway. The focus on blaming developers and corporate landlords hasn't just distracted some progressives from more effective approaches, it's also caused some of them to turn their perpetual fire hose of outrage against YIMBYs, simply because YIMBYs understand that developers are not the problem. That's highly counterproductive, since YIMBYs generally have the correct approach to improving housing affordability in America. As for YIMBYs, they do get mad at NIMBYs who block new housing, but it's not the core of their theory of change. Instead of marching against NIMBYs and the street, YIMBYs work on translating ideas for increased housing supply into helpful legislation and building broad coalitions of interest groups to support that legislation. So far, it's bearing some results. Encouragingly, the Harris campaign and the Biden administration and an increasing number of legislators seem to be embracing the idea. I think there's another, more subtle cost of perpetual outrage as a theory of change. I think it leads to premature exhaustion and unnecessary disillusionment by preventing progressives from realizing when they've had major successes. A big example is the war on poverty. Back in the 1950s and 60s, poverty was a horrendous problem in America. By the standards of the day, more than 1/5 of Americans lived in poverty in 1962. Even after more than a decade of rapid economic progress, that poverty generally meant food insecurity, horrendous housing conditions, and a lack of access to basic medical care. It was definitely worth getting outraged about, and many people were outraged. So progressives did something about the problem. That was Lyndon B. LBJ's War on Poverty, also known as the Great Society. Its main provisions rolled out in 1964 and 1965 were Medicare and Medicaid, food stamps, federal education funding, and some job provision programs. The last of these probably didn't help much, but Medicare, Medicaid, and food stamps are important pillars of America's welfare state, providing poor people and old people with the basics of food and medical care. Lots of conservatives would tell you that the Great Society was a failure. They're wrong. Poverty rates fell by a huge amount in the years after LBJ's programs were passed. Of course, correlation isn't causation. The late 60s were a time of rapid economic growth, but the reductions of poverty continued throughout the 70s, long after growth had stagnated. Crazy. But it actually understates the fall in absolute poverty by quite a lot, because it allows for changes in definition of who is poor. Barkusher, I don't know how to pronounce it, and have tried very carefully to create consistent measures of absolute poverty rates over time, both in terms of income and consumption. They find that when you hold the definition of poverty constant, the rates fell from about 22% before the Great Society to about 2 to 3% today. Okay, let me just add. I think this is literally, no, maybe it's not, I don't know. Okay. We're just writing down so we can look more into it later. Otherwise, it'll be good. It's not hard to see that government programs are behind much of this fall in poverty. When you exclude the impact of these programs, the poverty rate is much higher. Giving poor people food and medical care really does make them less poor, as does giving them housing vouchers and cash subsidies like the EITC. The welfare state does what we created it to do. And yet it's not just conservatives who fail to appreciate the staggering magnitude of this success. Progressives like Matthew Desmond regularly claim that poverty in America is intractable. In the past 50 years, scientists have mapped the entire human genome and eradicated smallpox. Infant mortality rates and deaths from heart disease have fallen by roughly 70%. As heart disease isn't like heart disease isn't the issue. I guess it says heart disease. Isn't the issue now? We've fixed most of the other health problems, and now the reason heart disease kills so many people is because we all live longer, and we're all really fat in America. And the average American has gained almost a decade of life. The internet was invented on a problem of poverty, though. There's been no real improvement. at just a long stasis. As estimated by the federal government's poverty line, 12.6% of the U.S. population was poor in 1970. 2 decades later, it was 13.5% in 2010. It was 15.1%, and in 2019, it was 10.5%. Dozens believe that poverty hasn't fallen relies on official poverty measure, which updates its definition of poor over time, so that more and more income consumption is required in order to be defined as not poor. On the other hand, it's fine to have measures like this. As our country gets richer, our floor and what constitutes a minimum acceptable standard of living should rise. But what if we want to measure the impact of welfare programs like food stamps, Medicare, and the EITC? We can't just update our standards in order to cancel out the effect of these programs and then conclude that America hasn't done anything to reduce poverty. Nor is Davidsman the only progressive who regularly claims that poverty in America hasn't fallen. Progressive influencers like Robert Rich regularly repeat this claim. Of course he does. Oh. Lie 1 about poverty. Growth cues it. Wrong. Nothing has trickled down. Percent and number of poverty has gotten higher and it's been 20 years. Of course he does. Of course he does. Doesn't believe that. Oh, sorry. We read that. Part of this might simply be unfamiliarity with how poverty is defined and failure to think carefully about how to measure the impact of anti-poverty programs. But there have been plenty of wonky articles written debunking the talking point yet it persists. Don't overthink poverty in the U.S. Our welfare state programs work well, but they are relatively stingy. Oh, this is the poverty and consumption. I think I have this. It's a slightly different graph. That was what I had the early. My hypothesis is that some progressives don't want to acknowledge the success of the war on poverty and the subsequent welfare programs like the EITC and a child tax credit because they're afraid that acknowledging past successes might reduce outrage and thus reduce momentum for further reform. We encountered this quite a lot in the 2010s regarding the issue of racism in America. It's blindingly obvious that America is much less racist than in the 1960s, whether using a common definition of racism and bigotry and discrimination, or more academic notions of structural racism measured by disparities in outcomes. But in the 2010s, if you pointed this out, enraged progressives would exacerbate you with some version of "so you think everything is fine and that racism has been solved." Acknowledging real progress was seen as an attempt to diffuse popular pressure for change. Simply put, many progressives seem not to know how to acknowledge their own victories. In the parlance of our times, they refuse to take the W. They're so dependent on outrage as their motivating force that they recoil against any positivity that might sap that wellspring of anger. This ends up hurting progressive causes for a number of reasons. Most obviously, it leads to progressives to incorrect conclusions about which tools are effective for achieving their goals. If you insist on telling yourself in the world that poverty in America hasn't fallen, you'll discount the power of the welfare state. That will also play into two conservative hands, since the idea that the welfare programs are ineffective is central to the arguments against them. Another reason progressives shouldn't rely exclusively on outrage is that it's probably a lot more powerful in the short term than in the long term. Organizational behavior researchers and management experts would generally tell you that flagelating, I don't know how to pronounce that, your employees can motivate them to greater efforts for a while, but will eventually lead to burnout and cognitive exhaustion. Theories of long-term motivation, like the broaden and built theory and self-determination theory, emphasize harnessing positive emotions of hopefulness and growth. It's reasonable to think that activism, politics, and social change work much the same. Outrage will get people into the street, or motivate a boycott, or pressure campaign, or backlash or a backlash election. Jesus fucking Christ! I got it eventually, guys. And that will often provoke a fairly immediate policy response, but over time, staying outraged all the time probably leads to general burnout and exhaustion. You can see this happening in the 2020s. After years of sustained outrage, activists are finding themselves unable to sustain their energy. Protests against abortion bans have been fairly anemic, and it's not hard to see why. Rates of depression among young progressives have soared. There's a fair amount of research suggesting that political negativity is being internalized. For example, this from Gimbrone. We have emphasized that increasing exposure to politicized events has contributed to these trends in adolescent internalizing symptoms, and that effects may be differential by political beliefs. Depression effects scores increased for all adolescents in 2010, but the increases were most pronounced in female liberal adolescents. It is therefore possible that the ideological lenses through which adolescents view the political climate differentially affect their mental well-being. After decades of progress against poverty, racism, and sexism, the progressive culture in the 2010s told young Americans that everything in their country was horrible and that they need to revolt against it. They obliged pouring into the streets in anger and provoking a bit of real change. But in the end, the momentum ran out because sustaining constant negative emotions is a form of self-punishment, and self-punishment incurs heavy long-term cost. On top of that, outrage eventually reduces the desire for social change among the broader, non-activist public. Plenty of surveys show that Americans are exhausted of politics and are now actively tuning politics out. That's obviously due both to progressive and conservative outrage, but basically, if you want the nation to be able to care about anything at all in the political sphere, you should realize that years of non-stop shouting comes with a price. Again, this is not to say that outrage is never appropriate, or that it's never effective. Sometimes it is, but it's suboptimal to have it be the one and only motivating force behind all pressure for social change. You need positive motivations too. Hope, including rational hope based on past successes, is important. That's why I'm happy that Harris' campaign has embraced joy as its motif. Some progressives are inevitably unhappy with this, but a surprisingly large number are embracing it. Surprisingly large. After so many years of being told to think that the world is going to hell in a handbasket, the chance to actually feel good about the nation and the world must feel like a breath of fresh air. America's come a long way, and it's really a pretty great price despite the problems, and sometimes you need to take the W. True. When will we get the age of positive politics streamers on Twitch? I don't think there are many. I'm the only one, and that's why you should all like and sub right now. Thanks, chat. Hermit do not construct their own shelters. Crabs must find a shell developed by another, presumably dead, organism and move into it. Hermit crabs occasionally outgrow their current shell, and like humans must hunt for a new one to move into. As a result, these crustaceans serve as a effective analog for human tenets. The crab that finds a new, larger shell is not only the beneficiary of the discovery. A dozen or more crabs form a conga line arranged smallest to largest, and all move up one size together. Large crab A is the first to move and relocates into a new, slightly larger shell, which opens up its shell for the medium-sized crab B, which opens up crab B's old shell for small-sized crab C, and so on. These dynamic behaviors ensure that all crabs ultimately find themselves in the possession of a larger, better shell, even though only a single large shell entered the hermit crab shell market. Human housing is governed by similar behaviors, though we refer to them as market mechanisms. These mechanisms ensure that new developments have positive effects on all tenants, not just as a single new shell precipitates movement along all hermit crabs. Or sorry, just as. When a new luxury apartment is into the housing market, upper class tenant A moves into it, which opens up their old apartment for middle class tenant B, which opens up their apartment for working class tenant C, and so on. Landlords faced with the possibility that their tenant may abandon them for a competitor, are forced to cut prices, or even for tenants to ultimately stay in place. These market mechanisms ensure that all tenants ultimately find themselves in the possession of a better apartment, or see their current apartment fall in price, even though only a single luxury apartment entered the housing market. This phenomenon is well supported by evidence from American cities like Seattle and Houston to international ones like Tokyo, which have seen rents fall and vacancies rise in the face of new development. Also, he was right in saying that luxury has just become a buzzword to sell new development to tenants. I remember when I went to Minneapolis, which Minneapolis is they've done a lot of big YIMBY stuff. How do you spell Minneapolis? Minneapolis. Housing construction. Minneapolis is based in YIMBY. Okay, graph. They had a lot of apartments which were branded as like luxury apartments when they were really, they were just like regular apartments in downtown Minneapolis. Yeah. Damn. And now we have most of the Democratic Party by now is YIMBY, which is epic and based. But Tim Walz is VP. We have the YIMBY VP, and he's a gamer too. His wife had to take away his Dreamcast. That's how much of a gamer he is. There's no T, right? Yeah. Tim Walz was so addicted to the Sega Dreamcast that his wife had to unplug it and hide it away. This is a reported fun, relatable story, but doesn't anybody else find it a little strange that a 25-year-old man getting addicted to a video game is a little sad, or dare I say, weird. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. We finally have gamer representation in the Oval Office, or I guess in the. Does the Vice President live in the White House? I don't actually know. Offices located in the White House ground. Vice President since once upon there live with their families on the ground in the United States Naval Observatory. Number 1 Observatory Circle. Vice President. Oh, what I said, like their staff. Number 1 Observatory Circle. In addition to the Vice President's office in the West Wing, the Vice President and his or her staff maintain a set of officials in the Eisenhower Executive Office Building located next to the West Wing of the White House. We have a gamer in the Vice President West Wing office. If you can't believe it. Why the fuck did it kick me out, bro? Alright. Can't move. I love bedrock. Bruh. I don't know why it kicked me out. I wasn't even AFK for that long. It shouldn't even kick me for being AFK. I don't think it does. It didn't used to, at least. Alright. We have this to read. And then one more UBI thing, and then I don't know exactly what we're gonna do. But it'll sound. Did Tim Altman's basic income experiment succeed or fail? The results are one of the biggest basic income experiments ever came out in July 2024, and as usual, the nuances of the finding are lost among many of the voices of those loudly proclaiming basic income doesn't work. This is one 3-year pilot of Sam Altman's that provided $1,000 a month to 1,000 people in Texas and Illinois, and compare that to a control group of 2,000 people who got $50 a month. Every participant was between the ages of 21 and 40. In this article, I will explain the nuances and how the results of this pilot provide some new info, but mostly replicate the findings of previous experiments going back to the 1970s, and only further demonstrates what's at stake here is real freedom and the perceived danger it poses to those who benefit from the widespread lack of that freedom. Open research. Open research. Put it on the results on Notion. Okay. It's basic income experiment. Which provided $1,000 a month to 1,000 people in Texas and Illinois, compared to a group control of 2,000 people who received $50 a month. Every participant was between ages of 2020. Wait for that. Before we get into the results, for those who aren't already familiar with prior findings, use a conclusion of a peer-reviewed study of 38. Peer-reviewed 2020 study of 38 studies. I feel like I've probably had this link before, but by the detailed search we have not found any evidence of a significant reduction in the labor supply. Instead, we found evidence of labor supply increases globally among adults, men and women, young and old, and the existence of some insignificant and functional reductions to the system, such as a decrease in workers from the following categories: children, the elderly, the sick, those with disabilities, women of young children to look after, or young people who continued studying. These reductions do not reduce the overall supply, since it was largely offset by increased supply from other members of the community. It's important to understand that the above conclusion includes what are called saturation pilots, where the entire community receives basic income instead of only individuals spread across a large area. When basic income is provided to people here and there, local economies aren't stimulated by the spending of the money, and new jobs aren't created by employers needing to hire more employees to meet higher demand. It's one thing to provide money to an entrepreneur. It's another to do that and also provide their business, lots of customers, with money to spend. Here's another important thing to consider. Imagine a group of 100 people. A group of 100 people where half of them you slap twice and the other you don't slap at all. The average is 1 slap per person. Is it fair to treat everyone as if each of them... Sorry. Is it fair to treat everyone as if each of them got slapped because the average was 1 per person? Hold on to that thought. With all that covered in advance, here are the headline findings from this huge and very impressively ran and researched 2 state basic income pilot, and what I believe is the proper context to understand the results as a UBI expert. Employment can increase or decrease along 2 measures: the binary state of working for a job, or not, and the number of hours worked. On average, those who got basic income were 2 percentage points less likely to be employed and worked about 1.3 fewer hours per week. These 2 numbers are basically where many UBI opponents and skeptics claim triumph with this pilot was a failure. But let's go deeper and gain a better understanding of what these numbers tell us. Okay. Most UBI studies find similar results. Here's a 2020. He reviewed. I can just call this a meta-analysis, right? Oops. Explaining. Okay. Employment can increase or decrease along 2 measures. The binary states of being employed or unemployed, and the number of hours worked. Fire me. Okay. This study found that on average, those who got basic income were 2 percentage points less likely to be employed and worked about 1.3 fewer hours per week. Let's ground. Many UBI opponents victory. Where there's more to the story. The context. Of course, it's important that we recognize the starting point of this pilot. The payment started getting received in late 2020 when unemployment due to the pandemic was right around its peak. The control group started significantly more employed than the treatment group, and both greatly increased their employment. By the end of the 3 years, in late 2023, the control group remained slightly above that of the treatment group. By any measure, It's clear just from looking at this chart that a basic income did not reduce the employment of people in any way that should be considered a cautionary tale. The employment of both groups greatly increased. Payments began in late 2020 when unemployment was near its peak. Control group started slightly more employed in the treatment room, and both groups greatly increased their employment. Slightly higher employment. Both groups greatly increased their employment throughout the program. So it's clear basic income did not reduce the employment of people in any way that should be considered a cautionary tale. A weekly drop of 1.3 hours works out to about 15 minutes a workday. That's an extra break or a slightly longer lunch. On an annual basis, equivalent to 8 days a year. That's a week-long paid vacation. Now consider how the United States compares to the rest of the world and OECD. The rest of the OECD in regard to paid holidays and paid vacation. An increase to 8 days would still leave the US at the bottom of all OECD nations, still behind Japan by 2 days. The difference between the US and France would be 22 days instead of 30. Does 8 days sound like an economy-destroying bump in leisure time? Decrease in 1.3 hours. Alright. Week works out to 8 days a year. Adding 8 days a year of paid vacation. US still leave us the lowest level of OECD countries. It's not exactly an economy destroying level of I don't want to call it disemployment of I get that does fall into the definition of disemployment, right? I need disappointed. With that context in mind, now again remember the results from the previous experiment, particularly how employment effects from basic income tend to be concentrated among parents and young adults. Did we say that here too? And did we did not only it's not only the places we observed it. Sorry, it's also the only places we observed it. The use of an average spread across all participants, just as the earlier thought experiment about 1 slap per person, hides the reality that there is no significant decrease in employment status in hours worked among childless adults or those over the age of 30 from the report. The use of averages also disguises the fact that employment effects only observed among parents and young adults. Report recipients who were single parents at a time of enrollment were about 3.9 percentage points less likely to be employed and worked an average of 2.8 hours less per week than a single parent or control participant. For recipients who were not single parents or enrollment, we find no statistically significant effects on employment or hours worked. Were no significant decreases in employment status or hours worked among childless adults or people over 30. As the report states. The fact that those kids responded differently than those without kids mirrors previous findings, going all the way back to 1970s, American income maintenance experiment programs in locations like New Jersey, India, Seattle, Indiana, India, and Denver, and also the 5-year mid-income experiment in Canada. The reason that parents respond differently should be obvious. They aren't working less. They are switching from paid work to unpaid work. They're putting their kids first. If this is a response you personally dislike, then you should support affordable childcare in addition to basic income and give parents a different choice than to earn less from employment than they pay in the childcare that enables employment. If it costs $1,200 a month to earn anything barely above $200 a month, a job does not make sense. Next, remember that everyone on his pilot was older than 21 and younger than 40. And then we know from previous basic income experiments that young adults tend to focus more on education and less on employment. By the way, both of these things are probably in the long run good, because both of them are probably going to increase human capital. So, you know, spending more time with your child, a lot of time that translates into long-term benefits for the child that end up increasing human capital in the long run. That child ends up having better outcomes, and he ends up working more in the future, right? Paying more in tax in the future. And then obviously it's the same thing with education. If you give students more time to focus on their education, students more time and money, now they can afford to go to a better university, whatever. Focus on their education, you're increasing human capital in the long run. There were no significant effects on employment or hours worked for recipients over 30. In contrast, to recipients under 30 were 4 percentage points less likely to be employed and worked an average of 1.8 fewer hours per week compared to controlled participants. We also observed larger effects in formal education among those in this age group, suggesting that younger adults may be more likely to use money to enroll in post-secondary education and work fewer hours while in school. Though this alone would not account for the observed differences in unemployment. Okay, we know from previous basic income experiments young adults are more likely to focus on education. For receiving UBI. It's just study. Dated. All right. Those between the ages of 30 and 40 did not see a change in employment status now. Its work to decrease is only among those under 30, and not in a lot of it, not all of it, was due to switching from paid work to the unpaid work of learning. It reminds me of the Dolphin experiment and how much and how so many kids went back to school to finish the graduate rates. that to finish that graduation rates exceeded 100% due to dropouts coming back. Is this an effect we don't want to see? I certainly don't think it is. So what degree? So, just why did I okay, taking that again, chat. So to what degree did this pilot show increases in education and training? What the hell is this link to? Oh, just defining things. Recipients were significantly more likely, 3.3 percentage points, to have pursued education or job training during the final year of the program, an increase of 14% relative to the average controlled participant. The effect was the greatest for recipients who had the lowest household income at enrollment. These individuals were on average 34% more likely to have participated in education or job training during the third year of the program compared to controlled participants. Here, I should say... large amount of education when seen in those with lowest incomes. This is okay. Fuck, I don't know. I don't want to just want to. I don't want to. Maybe I can just add this quote down here. I guess actually. The largest impact on education was observed for those with the lowest incomes. This wasn't the only impact to vary by income. By dividing participants into those three categories: A, those under 100% of the federal poverty line; B, those between 100 and 200%; and C, those between 200 and 300%. It was observed that the bulk of labor decrease was in the highest income group. Group C recipients were 4.4 percentage points less likely to be employed, and the effect on the hours they and their partners jointly worked was on average 3.7 hours less per week. In contrast, the average reduction in joint work hours was negative 2.1 for the lowest income recipients and negative 2.8 for middle income recipients. So the higher one's income from work, the more likely they were to reduce their time working. Those with the lowest incomes were the ones least likely to decrease their amount of time working. The thing about UBI is that many people don't immediately understand is that the net income boost after taxes decreases with income. Yes, everyone gets the same amount of UBI, but everyone also pays a different total amount of increased taxes. This pilot didn't model anything tax related. In reality, those in Group C would have received smaller income boosts after taxes than Groups A and B, and Group B would have received a larger boost from Group C, but a smaller boost in Group A. It all depends on the details of the UBI plan, but to help understand this, just subtract 10% off of each earned income. In this case, that would mean Group C getting boosted by $687 per month, not $1,000 per month, and thus the labor impact would have been smaller. Group B would have been boosted less, netting perhaps $812 per month, not $1,000 per month. Someone who knows their economics could argue that because no tax impacts were modeled, that we should expect a larger labor impact due to tax rate increases, which is entirely true. However, the higher someone's income, the less of an impact the marginal tax rate increases have on their income. Also, this pilot fully maintained all welfare benefits. In reality, someone would likely get UBI instead of various welfare benefits, and thus face a lower marginal tax rate, not a higher one, at the low end of the income spectrum. The fact that all welfare programs were additional to the UBI is also something to consider, as potentially having an impact on both the treatment group and the control group. If you're getting $3,000 a month in housing assistance, it does not make sense to increase your income, nor does it make sense to increase your income when receiving programs like SSI that impose a 50% marginal tax rate, and when if lost can mean years of waiting to get back. Finland's basic income pilot had its problem too. Where people got basic income, they also got welfare, and even though Finland's pilot showed a slight increase in days worked per year, it was traditional welfare that kept them from employment despite their basic incomes, because their welfare was much larger and losable. Wait, is this broken? It's not broken. I didn't see. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, I don't know what you want. Okay. Another thing to consider is that this program, or is it this pilot? Took place whilst welfare benefits are also received. And in reality, people would likely receive, UBI in place of current welfare benefits. Yeah, current welfare programs can suffer from welfare cliffs. Even if UBI did not affect employment or had a positive effect. Existing welfare programs would negate that. Entrepreneurship, another important impact of here. Unemployment-based income is how much it increases entrepreneurship. Based on previous pilots, we know that this impact is kind of huge in developing economies. In Namibia, UBI led to a 301% boost. The India UBI pilot observed 3 times the entrepreneurship in treatment villages and in control villages. The impact of self-employment is smaller in developed economies where there's greater access to capital, but it varies based on that access. For example, some of the unpublished polling I was privy to back into 2016 showed that 3% of white respondents say they started business with UBI compared to 30% of black respondents say they would. Clearly, there's less access to capital in the black community, and a lot more business ideas tend to ever see the light of day. So did entrepreneurship increase the pilot, not for everyone on average, but the entrepreneurship did significantly increase for black recipients and women. Previous UBI pilots have shown increases in entrepreneurship. Its increase is greatest for those with the least access to capital. That's why there's a much greater boost. Ship in. Maybe, yeah, they said. In Namibia, then in developed countries. There's also discrepancies in access to capital. It's communities within the US. This pilot found Entrepreneurship didn't increase for everyone on average. But did increase for women and black people. In the 30-year program, black recipients were 9 percentage points more likely to report ever helping start a business, a 26% increase from the average for black control participants. In the third year of the program, female recipients were 5 percentage points more likely to report ever starting or helping start a business, 15% increase from the average female control participant. Also interesting to note how the intention to start a business increased every year increased year after year for everyone, and by the end of it, recipients were 5 percentage points more likely on average than the control group to want to start a business. Intention to start a business. So increased over time for all recipients. Job searching. Thanks for the sub, Lucas Soft. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks, I appreciate it. Think you said okay, so I'm noticing Botrix is doing that funny thing that it does a lot where I get YouTube subs while I'm not streaming, and then somebody subs and triggers it, and it goes through all the subs that I got while I wasn't streaming. Whichever one of you subbed that was actually here right now, thank you. Well, thank you to the other person too, but they're not gonna be able to hear me. Another fascinating difference between the treatment groups and the control group was how each of them went about looking for jobs. Part of the reason for the treatment group being 2 percentage points more likely to be unemployed on average was because they spent one or more month on average looking for a job. Were they being lazy? No, they were being choosy. How do we know that? Because recipients were 5.5 percentage points more likely to indicate that interesting and meaningful work was an essential condition for any job they would accept, and recipients also were 6 percentage points more likely to be more actively searching for a job, and 4.5 percentage points more likely to have applied for a job. These numbers paint a clear picture of basic income recipients being highly valuing employment and wanting to find the best job they could. They were also ones doing more job hunting and applying. The control group was choosing whatever they could find. That's not best for overall productivity. Recipients of UBI. Recipients were also 2 percentage points more likely to be unemployed on average. but not because they were lazy. Because they choosy. Basic income allow them to way to find a more meaningful, more fulfilling job. Which is better for overall activity. Recipients were 5.5 percentage points more likely to indicate that they were interested in meaningful work and essential commitments for any job they would accept. And recipients were also 6% more percentage points here. Recipients. (5.5%) more likely to indicate that interesting and meaningful work was an essential commitment for any job they would accept. Recipients were also 6% as likely to be actively searching for a job, and 4.5 percentage points more likely to have applied for a job. Job creation. Another thing we absolutely have to cover is the difference between a pilot that provides cash to people here and there, spread across a large geographical area, and one where everyone in the area gets money. The former doesn't create new jobs unless recipients create them themselves. The latter does create new jobs, and in doing so, helps job seekers find employment. Wait, sorry. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Another thing we find absolutely covers the difference between a pilot that provides cash to people here and there, spread across a large geographic area, and one where everyone in the area gets money. The former doesn't create jobs. One where everyone in the area gets money. Oh, sorry. No, that is right. Yeah, the latter. Okay, that makes sense. No. Okay. For example, this in Alaska, where a small annual UBI has existed since 1982. Where for over 4 decades, everyone has received an average of $1,500 a year. Researchers curious about the impact of employment concluded that there was a small decrease in full-time employment, but that was counteracted by the spending of money creating new jobs that resulted in more employment. The net result was full-time employment didn't go up or down. There was, however, a 17% increase in part-time employment, so that overall employment went up. Let's imagine a basic income pilot took place in Alaska and provided $1,500 a year for 3 years to 1,000 Alaskans spread out over Alaska. What if it found a small decrease in employment? Would it be accurate to assume that it extended to everyone in Alaska that employment would go down? No, because we already know the opposite is true. Due to the impact of that spending of the money and job creation, we only notice because Alaska already actually has UBI. Okay, so there's also an important difference between a pilot like this one, which gives cash to people here and there spread across a large geographic area, and one everyone in the area gets money. The former doesn't create new jobs. The latter does. So the spending. Studies on the effects of the Alaska. I always mess up the spelling of permanent. Permanent? Fuck you, Notion. Included that there were a small decrease in full-time employment, but it was counteracted by the spending of money that created new jobs and it resulted in more employment. Okay. So even if a pilot finds a small decrease in employment, process recipients, it's not fair to assume that if extended to everyone, overall employment would decrease. Full-time employment didn't go up or down, but it was a 17% increase in part-time employment. So overall, it still went up. Qualitative data reflects this too. One of Alton's pilot participants shared that between her unreliable transportation, living in a rural area, removed her from job opportunities, she struggled to find employment. Had her entire community been a part of the pilot, a new job might have been created for her to find and take. This is also why there needs to be more saturation side pilots. There's definitely things that we can learn from all the pilots going up, but there's also a lot we can't possibly learn about UBI without providing to entire communities. For example, a recent saturation pilot in India where an entire community received UBI resulted in the community forming a labor union. That would not have happened if only one person in that community got basic income. Job quality. One of the findings considered the most disappointing about this pilot was how researchers didn't expected to see the treatment group find higher quality jobs and just didn't observe that it's measured in a variety of different ways. I admit I expected to see that reflected in qualitative data too, but it is there in the qualitative data, and it's pointed out in the geographic mobility results. Here's Lisa's story. Lisa's a single mother to 3 living in Texas. At the start of her program, she had no income. Lisa had lupus, which kept her out of the workforce at the time, and her short-term disability had been cut off. At the time, her goal was to return to the workforce. Because of the $1,000 per month, Lisa was able to take a job making less money than at her previous jobs, but with a company that offered more opportunity for growth. 2 years later, Lisa is in a salaried position, making over $75K, and has gotten 2 promotions, and thinks that she can get another one within a year. She loves her job. Lisa wants to be able to leave her abusive boyfriend. Sorry, Lisa was also able to leave her abusive boyfriend, wants to, and move into her own place, which wouldn't be possible without the unconditional cash transfer. Her 3 sons are thriving. One of the more disappointing findings. Quantitative data. Don't really show an increase in job quality. Among recipients. There are reasons to believe job quality increased in ways wouldn't always go up in quantitative data. For example, take Lisa's story. I don't care about her fucking sons. So Lisa took a worse job, but it ended up being better. Geographic mobility. Wait, I just realized I can hear Minecraft. I need to make a wool farm. I need a lot of beds to make to go mining for netherite, because I still don't have that. Also, I should probably try and fix this at some point, because it shouldn't be spawning anything other than creepers. But I built it wrong somehow. I don't really know how though. Or well, I know how. I just don't know where, because you have to place like trapdoors on like every other block. And I probably just missed one somewhere, and it's buttons too. And there's probably fucking one or two trapdoors or buttons that are missing, but it's impossible to find because there are 7 different layers, and you have to build it in a perfect checkerboard pattern. So, I don't know, not a big deal. Geographic mobility. In regard to geographic mobility, another participant named Nikisha reported feeling that if she had a job, her life might be different, but she lived in a rural area, and the jobs close by do not pay enough to offset the cost of childcare, and that better paying jobs are an hour and a half commute away. The teachers didn't move, but many UBI recipients did, likely in a hunt for better jobs. Even if they didn't end up finding them, recipients were on average 16% more likely to actively search for new housing and 23% more likely to actively search for a new neighborhood than the average control participant. There are also 4.4 percentage points more likely to move to new neighborhoods. Again, consider actual UBI, where Main Street USA sees a lot more consumer spending, and more people are able to move to where the jobs they want are. It seems likely that more people will be happier with their jobs than right now. Any recipients? Awesome moved. Points. It fucking is. What the fuck? 20 points. Let's go. When will we get universal basic Microsoft points? I think they probably do give everyone a cert. Well, actually, I don't know. You probably have to like log into whatever to claim them, but they probably do give everyone a certain amount every month or whatever. Awesome move to find better jobs. They were on average 16% more likely to search for actively search for housing, 20% more likely to actually search for a new neighborhood than the average control participant. They're also 4% more likely to move to new neighborhoods. Full scale UBI would allow people to move to where the jobs they want are. And increase consumer spending in those areas. And also probably decrease rigidity too in the labor market, right? People could more easily move to where jobs are available. That would decrease labor market friction, right? Another key point of alternate pilot was the use of drug and alcohol. It's very common for people to assume that basic income would lead to more abuse of drug and alcohol, despite all existing evidence to the contrary. But this pilot showed very significant positive effects for men especially, who also happen to be the ones who are most negatively impacted by the status quo. For male recipients of basic income, there was a 41% decrease of being under the influence in dangerous situations, a 45% decrease in drinking and interfering with responsibilities, and a 35% decrease in drinking causing arguments with others, and a whopping 81% decrease in days using painkillers not prescribed to them. Considering all the deaths of despair going on as a direct result of alcohol and painkillers, it's impossible for me to look at the numbers like that as anything but a prescription for basic income for better health. Previous UBI studies also found people didn't spend their cash first on drugs or alcohol.
See, his
Thank you, Josh.
limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened. threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
Holy shit, Michelle. I need more updated ones. I think I still have some. I think I still have some Biden ones on there. Actually, I might have got rid of older Biden ones already. Nobody. Biden's gone. He's been erased. He's been cooed. They got rid of him. They fucking killed him. Also, I might need to remove some of them. I keep getting copy striked for them. The platform where it most negatively affects me is Facebook, which on one hand, nobody watches me on Facebook except for my grandma, who sent a fucking friend request to me on Facebook, which I'm not accepting. Sorry, grandma, if you're watching, I love you, but like, it's just a little like, I don't use Facebook that much. Like, I just happen to, like, I just stream there. Like, I'm not friending anybody on it. Like, can you debate your grandma? Yeah, that'd be a fire thing. I don't know. My grandma's based. Hell yeah. Health effects in regards to other impacts of the Dolphins pilot. Researchers expected more than they found, possibly due to overwhelming stress of the pandemic, followed by significant higher cost of living. But what they did find was more visits to dentists and doctors, pointing to more preventative treatment, leading to health savings in the future. However, it's important to note, again, here, the age group was 21 to 40. Oh, fuck, I have to delete that. The cow doesn't do anything. The cow, I was just testing. I wanted to, like, set up a... It doesn't do anything. I wanted to set up like a Minecraft thing where like you could redeem channel points to like spawn stuff in Minecraft. Or like use bits to buy stuff to do in Minecraft, but I never I didn't get it to work. Well, I got it to half work. There you go. You got a refund. Don't worry. Positive health outcomes. Lower than in previous studies. Possibly due to the overwhelming stress of the pandemic, followed by significantly higher cost of living. But they still found increased visits to doctors and dentists. Another set of basic income program was published the same day as the initial study's Almond results. Initial study's Almond's pilot, and it found hugely positive health impacts. Basic income recipients in Chelsea, where what the fuck is it? I don't know what this is. Town. London. Oh, wait, I remember that. I think we read the study before. Well, we didn't read the actual study itself, but we read reports on it. We're a third less likely to need a visit to DER. My hypothesis is that this comes down to age. The average in Chelsea was 45. It's very likely that just as employment effects vary by age, that health effects also vary by age. I should mention that Daphne's a huge 5 years of restoration pilot found a 9% decrease in hospitalization rates. Health effects also likely change with age. Age group of this study. What's 21 to 40? Which is younger? And other pilots, like the one in that, oops, show higher. Oh, oops. Spending behavior. Why do you keep kicking me out? I need my gunpowder. Fuck you. Fuck you, Bill Gates. Fuck you. Bruh. Bruh. Bro, why? Bro, dude, why? Dude, why, bro? Bro, why? Fuck you, I have enough gunpowder here. You can't name dogs 2 times pimpy. It doesn't. I don't think it likes the word pimp. I can name them. My other dogs are named like 3 times Bape and although I can name them Pimpy Son Op, which doesn't really make sense. But you can't name them 2 times Pimpy. But you can have 3 times Bape and Pimpy Son Op. So, although I don't know where they are. These aren't my dogs. I don't know who these dogs these are. Who the fuck is growing sugarcane? We have an automated fucking massive sugarcane farm. Who? Why? Why? We're glad dogs names in Minecraft can be censored. I know. Yeah, it's real dumb. Do you think my wood farm has wood in it? 6 bamboo planks. Let's go. The kelp duplication thing does not seem to work. It breaks too often. Did you guys get old achievements? I was never playing it for the achievements, so I didn't do most of them. But, or maybe I probably have 50% of them now. But Zach did. I believe Kyle did too. Right now, I'm just using it as like background stuff for stream. Right now, I'm not even. Yeah. How people spend their basic income is probably the least interesting thing to me because because we all need to spend money on our basic needs, and the pilots always reflect that. But 2 things I do want to highlight about what Ultimate's pilot found is how the bank savings, how the bank savings and basic income recipients grew by 25%, and that spending on others increased by 26%. That's how much they spent on gifts to friends and families, to loans to others, donations to charity, alimony payments. On average, recipients spent $310 more per month, and most of that was on food, rent, and transportation. They also spent more on childcare, which we know is something that better enables employment. Perhaps most importantly, though, it was the variety of ways in which recipients spent their money that supports the idea of universal basic income. Recipients expressed hundreds of different pressing needs, ranging from father funeral costs, back surgery. That's not a need. Fuck your father. Diapers for newborn, car repairs, fines for speeding tickets, unpaid school tuition, and a computer and internet service for distance learning, impending foreclosure, phone, electricity, shutoffs, and money to renew professional license in order to or to be able to get a job. In that moment, cash was the only tool that provided the flexibility to address those diverse needs, and cash was more responsive when those needs shifted based on recipient circumstances and the unique challenges posed by the pandemic and a larger economic context. Gen 4. Per month. Mostly on needs. Like food, rent, transportation. I also spent more. Childcare, which enables employment. But really, there's a diverse ways people spent the money. Best supports UBI. Fuck you, Notion. Oh, ooh. There we go. As I frequently stress, cash can be anything. There's no good service that a government can provide that can meet everyone's needs. That can meet everyone's needs at all times. Everyone's needs at all times in need. UBI is the skeleton key to unlock any door, and it's always there in advance of needing to unlock the door. No application is necessary. No need to prove you really need to open that door, or that the door is important enough to provide help to open. Basic income is basic freedom. Real freedom. I recommend reading all the qualitative stories to get a better idea just how much basic income really meant to the people in the pilot. But I want you to leave, my dear reader. I want to leave you, dear reader, with this one above all, Leela's story. 4 years before the program started, Leela was the victim of a horrific domestic violence attack. I got shot what the fuck? I got shot 3 times in my head, stabbed in my neck. I was completely paralyzed on the right side, totally blind. Some of it has come back, and I've learned to like walk and stuff again, but that has definitely affected my life so much. As a result, she has PTSD, partial blindness, and multiple complications, impairing her ability to drive, making it difficult for her to. That's it crazy, I know, yeah. To live or work independently. She applied for disability benefits, but it was repeatedly denied. When she learned she will be receiving $1,000 a month, it felt like it was replacing the disability that the government kept refusing me. Unable to work, she feels as if it were not for the program, I would probably be homeless without it. Yeah, UBI offers many freedom. I'll say Leela's story shows how bro, how even 3 times in the head with what? With like a BB gun? How do you live? Consider Leela's story anything about the people on this planet who were unemployed and not technically defined by the government as unable to work. Consider Leela's story anything about how much it can mean to people who escape their abusers, how much basic income, how without basic income they remain trapped. If you look at Leela's employment status data and see an unemployed person using their basic income to be lazy, you aren't really looking at Leela. You're looking at just how massively our non-universal and conditional safety net is failing people, and you're seeing the basic income as a tool of mass emancipation that it is. Sorry, aren't seeing. Yeah, so yeah, when provided basic income, people can work less because they have the freedom to do so. They gain the power to say no to abuse. at home to say no to abuse at home and work. They gain the freedom to start a business or be a stay-at-home parent. They gain the agency to choose to go back to school or to learn a new skill. They gain the liberty to seek a better job, be it in a town or another. Be it in town or another. They gain the autonomy to purchase what they themselves decide they need most when they most need it. I really like this quote. Oops. Control B. Basic income is basic freedom of choice. Future basic income studies. I've read this. Fact you shot 3 or 4 times and then stabbed in the neck and managed to survive that as well. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how. I think somehow not hitting the brain or windpipe. Yeah, I don't know. Although apparently it's just partial blindness, so it clearly hit some. I guess it only hit a little bit of her brain, or like maybe it was a. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a really strong BB gun that caused brain damage, but didn't actually go through. There will be more reports about Ultimate's story. I'm personally curious to see if engagement in crimes among recipients went down or if recidivism went down, but I also don't expect any experiments designed like this to show us bigger impacts along these lines than saturation pilots that include entire communities. What I do expect to continue seeing study after study showing all kinds of positive results, most especially for those under the poverty line, where basic income makes the biggest difference. One of those studies has already been published since the release of Ultimate pilot results. Another one of the biggest experiments in the US, where over 3 times as many people received a month in Element's pilot, and where their control group was almost 3 times larger, found that providing basic income to impoverished adults with kids in Los Angeles led to across-the-board improvements. The basic income recipients were more likely to secure full-time employment than to remain unemployed compared to those in their control group. They had better employment outcomes, felt safer at home, enrolled their kids in more extracurriculars, and were more likely to leave domestically abusive situations. Within the first 6 months of the program, participants left situations with intimate partners of domestic violence more frequently than the control group. In the last 6 months, participants were more likely to establish proximate safety and work towards protecting themselves in the future. Clearly, basic income is helpful to those in the poverty line and helps connect them to jobs they want to take and empowers them to refuse abuse. It is an escape from abuse, and it is seen over and over again in the qualitative data. Almond's pilot, and it is seen again in the Los Angeles pilot and many other pilots too. In Kenya, physical abuse of domestic partners dropped in half. Oh wait, I realized it should probably be inside so I don't die and lose my stuff. I need to build a different fucking base, dude. I don't know if I don't know if I need to write some of this down. Doing more reports on the results. Analyze. Aspects of it. Such as if crime among recipients went down or recidivism went down. Most likely they'll find the same other results. as other studies. Found that basic income to improvements in full-time employment, intermediate unemployment compared to the living group, or sorry. We did a control group. Not so enrolled there. It's in more extracurriculars, and we're more likely to leave domestically abusive situations. Conclusion. Almond's pilot was an interesting experiment, but as with other pilots, most interesting stuff to glean requires nuances and closer looking. And it requires a nuance of looking closer, looking inside the averages, and considering the total context of all pilots that came before it and are still to come. It is inside the averages that we see no reductions in work among those who don't have kids or over the age of 30. Employment reductions were only significant for single parents who cared more for their kid or to choose between the ages of 20, or for those between the ages of 21 and 30, many of whom went to college or job training. The impact in the above group works out to about 17 days less per year. And in that context, the US is the only OECD nation with 0 days of paid vacation, whereas every other OECD nation has at least 20 days of paid vacation, except for that of Japan and Canada, and don't only consider this in the context of a paid vacation, but also paid parental leave. If a mom of a newborn reduced their employment by a year by using her basic income as paid maternity leave, that would drag up the average unemployment for all parents. The average paid parental leave policy duration in OECD is 12 months. The US is 0 months. Yeah. It has many interesting results. Mostly align with the positive results of other studies. Also require more than just looking at total averages to understand. Entrepreneurship also significantly increased for women and black participants, direct to decrease, and blah, 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 blah. Fears that basic income would lead to dramatic decreases in employment, but none of that data supports that fear. Not even all of the pilots showed a slight decrease for parents and adults. Clearly, all of the resources put into making sure people are working or seeking work is pointless. Clearly, it means testing that excludes such a huge percentage of people in poverty and causes so much stigma is needlessly harmful. Clearly, all the administrative overhead going into avoiding just sending people money to spending on anything instead of assisting on anything for cash is wasteful. So why are we wasting so much money on the paychecks of middlemen bureaucrats instead of just sending the money directly to people to spend in local economies? The way that we go about the existing safety net is harmful, wasteful, and expensive. It leaves many people out who fail the test and effectively punishes people for increasing their incomes when it's pulled away as a consequence, and the fact that almost everything we do isn't cash limits their usefulness to everyone who simply needs cash, plus the knowledge that cash will always be there next month too. With the UBI, we can simply prevent the need for that. A boost of just $1,000 when someone is on the brink of homelessness can reduce it by 88%. We are spending so much more than that, treating the results of homelessness. Jesus fucking Christ, hold on. I don't know why I can't read. God damn it. Here's one final thought experiment to consider. If we had done an experiment in a country where with UBI and tested getting rid of it, and the results were that unemployment didn't change for those without kids and those over 30, but employment did increase by 17 days a year for those with kids and under 30, resulting in parents spending less time with their kids and young adults becoming less educated and skilled, and fewer women and black individuals becoming entrepreneurs, and men increasing their abuse of women, alcohol, painkillers. Would we consider that a success? Would we say it demonstrated that keeping UBI was a bad idea? That's actually, I like that quote too. Another thing to consider: analyzing what the experiment was a success. Is to imagine we've done an experiment with a country UBI and tested getting rid of it, and the results were that unemployment didn't change for those without kids over 30. And those over 30, but unemployment did increase by 17 days per year for those with kids. Those under 30, resulting in parents spending less time with the kids, and young adults becoming less educated and skilled, and fewer women and black individuals becoming entrepreneurs, and men increasing their abuse of women, alcohol, painkillers. Would we consider it a success? Housing access and retention. Oh wait, hold on. Every time I see statistic words I don't remember, I have to actually be on top of registering for college classes. Also, I can't JSTOR or whatever. I think it's JSTOR, right? They won't let me exploit my college email for free access. I don't have access to many of the things still. Or not at least the things I want. So if I look up the UBI. Oh, what is the only things provided by Sandhills? But I do get something, I guess. Which is cool. Not that I couldn't just pirate it anyway. I can pirate like 90% of these anyway, but regardless. They actually fucking made these clickable. That's fire. Oh, also, I spent 32 well, I didn't spend. So my dad's money. This, I was talking to 3 wonks there about capital gains tax. And about the lock-in effect. Apparently there's not that much empirical evidence about the lock-in effect. When I went looking for it, I found this one book. The Labyrinth of Capital Gains Tax Policy. A Guide for the Perplexed. I went looking for it, and I basically found this one guy. He said, I've done research on this before, and then he just linked his own fucking book. Like, the entire book. So, that's fire. But there's a few different things in here that maybe we should look at some point. But also, something interesting. I mentioned that, like, the lock-in effect isn't all bad. Because, you know, it reduces, like, super short-term trading or whatever, which is probably not super beneficial. And that mitigates the effect, the negative, the disincentive to save that the capital gains tax imposes. Because it allows your gains to compound untaxed, so it mitigates that effect. And then Mike was like, well, you know, that also reduces liquidity. I heard Jared Bernstein say once in a debate with Mankiw, it was like, you know, a lot of that, like super short-term financial transactions are just arbitrage, where short-term or high-frequency traders are like he called it, he said sniping stale prices. And just getting arbitrage from the difference in prices, but yeah. And one thing he mentioned in here was that there seems to be evidence to suggest that a lot of high frequency, or not high frequency trading, but a lot of like short-term trades are made based on noise. I think it was in chapter 5. It was like citation 7 or whatever. Good stereo evidence that investor myopia and noise trading can be found at this, which I looked it up, but I couldn't really find it. Yeah. If individuals are primarily noise traders, market efficiency is not enhanced by trading. In addition, if there's some evidence that investors may overreact to short-term information, such as firms reports of earnings and profits, which while discounting long-term prospects for the firms. Trading based on short-termism may cause asset prices to systematically deviate from the inherent value of firms. Noise trading can increase the variability of market prices and make it harder to price with. Yeah. Independent voices. Feminist. Can we have non-fun feminist arc? That actually might be that actually I was half joking about that, but you know, that actually probably would have benefits in any potential red pill conversations. So plus I don't know much about it, and I probably should. This is within developing countries, which I don't care as much about. God damn, I hate Notion so much. Oh my god. There's gotta be a way to get rid of this stupid sidebar that I don't want there. Holy shit, it's so annoying. Every single time I, like, switch over from the tab, it pops up and I have to fucking click out of it. Oh my god, that makes me want to shoot myself. Holy shit. Okay, there's no... I think Zach probably planted this because he needed the stupid... trading 1,000 emeralds for 1,000 emeralds. Achievement. But there's no reason we need this. Also, I'm going to steal his emerald to buy mending books, now that I think about it. My books. Here's some books. I need him dinner bone. Okay, that's probably enough. That's probably more. I think it's more than I need. I think I already have mending most of my shit. Well, I don't feel like... I don't even have levels to add it to everything. Mending. Need to put mending on that. Yeah, that. No, I can't put it on that. Wait, if I do this, is it? Oh. Damn it. 33. I can get levels really fast with this XP farm, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Oh, I do need to get diamonds at some point. I'll do that when I react to shit. And or while I'm epically debating. I don't need it. Cheap viewers, I gotta buy some of these, chat. Oh, now there's two stupid fucking sides. I actually have to click on this one, though. This one comes up when I hover over it. This is 20 pages. It's the last thing that I collected to read. What is this? You'll go evidence on the implementation UBI, affects labor supply, systematic review. Oh, it is just I think this is the 38. Oh, this is really short. Okay, well, we'll read this and then I might just start the reaction stuff. Poor don't use cash transfers and alcohol and tobacco, really. 2 years ago, Anna Povin and I put together a working paper examining the benefits of cash transfer. That are if they are more likely than others to spend money on cash to spend money on alcohol and cigarettes, temptation goods. That paper has just been published in the Economic Development and Cultural Change. The findings of the published version do not vary from the working paper across continents. Whether the programs have conditions or not, the result is the same. The poor don't spend more on temptation goods. Analyses, I don't know how to spell it. Analyzing UBI pilot programs, or I'll just say basic income programs. Cash transfers. Across continents. And regardless of if the programs have conditions don't. And we observed the poor don't spend more on temptation goods. God damn it. Like alcohol or tobacco. Fucking hell no shit. But probably the reason we complemented our complement of vote count, where you sum up how many programs find a positive effect and how many find negative effect with a formal meta-analysis. You can see the forest plot below. The results are not substantially different from the vote count review that we did in the working paper and maintained in a published version as a complement meta-analysis. As you can see, there are only 2 big negative effects, most from Nicaragua. Most of the effects are slightly negative, and none of them are strongly positive. Does negative mean... What is negative? Does negative mean they spend less, or does negative mean it's negative as in it's worse because they spend more? We do various checks to make sure that we're not just picking up people telling surveys what they want to hear, and we're confident we cannot explain the consistent lack of impact spend use. Why might there be a negative effect? After all, people like alcohol, we might expect them to spend more. Okay, so negative means they're spending less. Across the board, there are slight negative effects. Spending, and no strongly positive effects. More money if they have more money. We can't say definitively, but even unconditional transfer programs almost always come with strong messaging. Recipients hear again and again this money is for their family, that this money is to make their lives better, and so on. We know that from other areas of economics that labeling money has an effect called the flypaper effect. So you can use so you can be used for cash Jesus. So you can be for cash transfers or against cash transfers, but don't be against them because you think the poor will spend the money on goods. They won't. To quote the last line of our paper, we have estimates from Peru that beneficiaries are more likely to purchase a roasted chicken at a restaurant or some chocolate soon after receiving a transfer. But hopefully even the most puritanical policy maker will not begrudge the poor for a piece of chocolate. Can't believe they would buy that shit. What the fuck? Can't have my tax dollars going to fund that. Not unless it's a Mr. Beast Feastable. I am pretty interested in this book. We might eventually read that. Who knows? I'll probably get back to this later. Alright, I'm gonna pee, and then we're probably gonna start some reaction shit. So I can farm YouTube views. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Minecraft protocol. Or I guess it doesn't really need to be vertical. I'm just being. Alright, I'll be back. Here's Frederick. All right, I'm back, people. So this is the reason I want to read this is because it's by the same. This is a book by the person that by the same person that wrote, I think, this one. one of these books that I was interested in. So I think it's probably a good way to, yeah, this one, Basic Income Around Free Society. It's probably, plus it's got a cool name, Basic Income Capitalism. That sounds base as fuck. So we'll probably read that either today or, you know, maybe we won't get to it. Who knows? I've only streamed for 2 hours, so we have time. We have plenty of time. I know it's not like I'm doing anything. What? Yeah, let me open Minecraft again so I can load up the free leeching React content. Let's go. Let's go.
You're comfortable with them stripping Rudy?
Alright, where's my fucking... I've seen a short clip of this on Twitter. I saw the MAGA guy here seemed to be totally unprepared for this conversation. So it should be pretty interesting. We're gonna check it out and then we'll go back to reading after.
You're comfortable with them stripping Rudy Giuliani of his law license?
Rudy Giuliani should go to jail. He went in front of multiple state legislatures and he lied. He went in front of the country and he lied. Yes. He fed into one of the largest lies that's been told. 80% of Republicans, probably you included, still think that the 2020 election was a...
And not only did he lie, he like acted on those lies. He tried to press your state legislators into not certifying the election. I think it was him who called the secretary of or not, it wasn't the secretary, it was the Speaker of the House in Arizona and tried to get him to not certify, I think it was her, tried to get her not to certify the results of the election.
a fraud because of lies that he helped.
And he absolutely, like, even if, like, let's say, like, Eastman or whoever, like, did not commit a crime, Eastman and Giuliani, they absolutely failed in their ethical obligations to Donald Trump. The most good faith interpretation of what Giuliani and Eastman did, and Chesbro too, Kenneth Chesbro, it was failing in their ethical obligation to tell Trump that this is a crackpot legal theory. Greg Jacobs wrote a good memo on that. Or wrote a good op-ed on that. Yeah.
And he admitted that in court when he was finally sued on these things. He said, "Yeah, I lied, but it's my First Amendment right to lie."
I couldn't tell you a single thing about any of the stuff that Rudy Giuliani has said.
Well, but you have a strong opinion about him being disbarred.
I have not been fed misinformation because I don't look into any of these things. Central bankers that are behind literally.
Oh, awesome! Oh, central bankers. I'll design as central bankers.
Every single thing that happens that's negative about Trump. I'll pose a counter vision of what happened on January 6th. So
you acknowledge the very first people in were people that broke through the windows. We can watch videos on it if you want.
I don't acknowledge that because I don't know.
And how do you have any opinion about this at all?
They were protesting that they were going to certify the election results where they
to stop the steal. What does that mean? Are you familiar with, like, say, like the elector plot?
The what?
Like, let's say that was true.
A dragon could have come and landed on the Capitol. We're just talking about like make-believe hypotheticals.
Well, every single thing I just said is like beyond verified true. Like, it's not. Nobody even contests this.
People like Destiny. You know, I watch that guy and he makes me just want to vomit because he sounds smart. He obviously has a raging drug problem. Okay, that guy is eating no food. He is eating lots of uppers. True. And he thinks he's smart because he talks a lot. And he's got his brains going brrr. Kick that guy off of his drug.
By the way, just as a heads up, and I know this because of conservative friends I have in the industry, all of these guys do coke like crazy. There's a reason why they're so quick to jump to this. It took me a long time to learn this a long time ago when when Zerka would always accuse me of doing whatever, like Adderall or whatever. I didn't realize at the time, like 5 or 6 years ago, that so many different streamers abused amphetamines too. But yeah, this guy is a druggie, 1,000,000,000,000%. He's that keen to project it. Absolutely.
Amphetamines. Binge or whatever, you know, like she's probably on a prescription, you know. It's probably just smashing Adderall like it's his job. Take that away and see how smart he sounds, you know. It's very obvious.
Like, it's so funny, like these guys that are new to the scene that, yep, that's me. I just appeared 8 months ago. Yeah, wasn't here before.
Now you have my full attention.
All right. Do you remember what or do you want to start? Go for it.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, we could just start with, I guess we could start with like what I said in the video that I saw that you were responding to. Essentially the point that I've been making, actually, I guess my central thesis about everything related to the world now is that there's been like a gravitational atomic bomb that got thrown into every single issue now, which is Trump. And from my seat, basically, the way that I assess whether or not someone's opinion is one that I should, listen hard to see if I've missed something, because I change my mind all the time. And
yeah, probably
I watched you
anything,
with Jordan Peterson. I thought that was a great conversation. But from my perspective, you're one of these guys, like there's a few of you guys where I can just recognize it's like objective, Trump, brain broken. And it's like where you guys attribute this like cartoon character villain to him. And like the way that I look at all of this stuff is if you can't understand a person's driving force, why they do things, and then ultimately what the thought process was behind an action that they take, you can't really understand what even happened.
Clearly,
so if you make an
honestly
incorrect
thought that he
assumption
lost the
about
election.
What a person's intentions were, then every single fact that you're going to look at subsequent to that is going to support an incorrect conclusion. Is that fair? That like if you don't understand, or
Yeah, I agree.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
And like with Trump, I know so many people now that actually know him, because like a history of my kind of relationship to Trump politically was in 2016. I was appalled that he was president. I couldn't even wrap my brain around it. I was like, I saw it as like an institution that is sacred to the country and all of that stuff. I'm like, you can't just throw people into a role like that. But what I saw after that, as he, started to figure out the job, is that there was this other thing happening.
Did he ever really figure it
and
out?
he started to look a lot more presidential to me while he was in the.
Part of the reason he didn't really succeed with the Jan 6 stuff is because he didn't really understand the job, and he started acting too late. He probably could have done more things like to schedule off appointments. If he did those early in his term, he probably could have gotten a lot further with his plots.
And then simultaneously, as we're watching like all
Thank
of
God he's a retard.
million different actions that were being taken against him at the same time, I'm like, oh, okay, so there's like this really big thing that's incredibly dishonest and very dangerous to the system, much more dangerous than him. And so like I can guarantee that you and I could look at an identical set of facts, and if Trump is involved, we will have diametrically opposite conclusions. And it's probably for the same reason, except in reverse, where you see Trump as a cartoon villain, which I know is not true because I know so many people who actually know him personally. And I will most likely make a conclusion that there is a group of, central bankers that are behind literally every single thing that happens that's negative about Trump. And I'll be right like 70% of the time. You know what I mean?
Don't know.
Okay. I mean, if you want, we can play this game. I can ascribe my internal drive to him. You can ascribe your internal drive to him. And then we can just look at different scenarios and we can see who offers the greater explanation.
Let's do it.
Yeah, mine is pretty simple. I think that Trump is a raging narcissist. I think that everything he does is in the service of himself. I'll say that. I think it's a very simple thing. Everything he does is in the service of his ego and to make himself feel better and more hyped up on himself, and that's it. What do you think is the driving force behind him?
Well, I think everybody's driving force in most cases is themselves in one way or another, in terms of like, there are people who dedicate a lot of time to charity. Even that is to make themselves feel better, or feel good. What I see from Trump is, I think that what he wants more than anything else in the world is he wants to be loved, and he wants to be loved universally, and he can't get enough of it. It's like the more people give him positive energy, the better it is for him.
That's kind of what being like egotistical or narcissist is.
Like people ascribe malice to the things that he's doing, like he's like some kind of dictator tyrant after power. And all I care about is how has he done.
Wait, do you think this guy watches The Boys and is like, Homelander just wants to be loved?
How has he approached the job of being president? Who is he thinking about as he's proposing policies, and ultimately why? And what I see is he wants to earn the love of the people who are in this country by delivering good outcomes for him. That's literally exactly what I see. Now, it might be due to some kind of like hysterical narcissism where he like needs to be adored and loved, but I don't give a fuck about that. Like if what he is actually doing to try to earn that is going to end up driving good results for citizens in the country, then that's good. That's aces with me. I assume all these politicians are in the head.
Okay, I mean, I think Trump is significantly more than the other ones. I think he's significantly more narcissistic than the other ones. I think that people have different leveled interests in terms of being interested in the benefit of their political party, or in the benefit of the United States, or in the benefit of her citizens. And I think there's a difference between that and just doing things just to benefit yourself. But I feel like you're saying that he wants to be loved universally. I feel like that's a bit reductive because I guess you're saying like even if he's doing charity, he's doing it because he wants to be loved. So I don't know how different our predictions are going to be there because it kind of sounds like we're using a similar internal drive. I guess.
So even if he's even in your case, if he's a narcissist that's trying to serve himself, what is he trying to accomplish?
He's trying to better his own reputation, even if it's at the expense of the United States. That's the issue. I want to present what's the country first, not himself first.
See, I see it exactly opposite. I think that he wants to. I think he does want to cement his legacy and his reputation, but I see it as that he plans and is trying to do that through improving circumstances and lives in the United States.
Okay.
I mean, if like when I look at like, well, let me ask you this actually.
Mm-hmm.
What is your viewpoint on the way that the system seems to attack anyone who's around him, like the people they're throwing in jail?
I think he surrounds himself with a lot of really bad people.
Why are they trying to
So,
do
like,
that?
all of them.
I wonder.
A lot of them, yeah.
Like you're comfortable with them stripping Rudy Giuliani of his law license in New York?
Rudy Giuliani should go to jail. Yeah. Absolutely.
See, that's what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That's where, like, from a base perspective, it's like same exact situations. You and I will see it differently because. So here's how I think that the entire system.
Let's go on Rudy Giuliani. Okay. So we don't have to dive into every single thing, but we'll do one particular thing. Okay. So Rudy Giuliani, as part of Trump's whole election fraud thing, he made claims about ballot counting and video camera footage, like in Georgia, right? Giuliani made very specific claims, especially revolving around a lady called Ruby Freeman. He was
ballot boxes or boxes of ballots under the tables. I saw the video.
Yeah. That came from him. Okay. So the video was heavily edited. All the claims about Ruby were false. She took him to civil court afterwards to sue him for defamation. He admitted in civil court that he lied, but it was his First Amendment right to, and he lost that case for $147 million. If he's an attorney representing somebody, you don't think this is grounds for disbarring someone?
I don't know whether or not first of all, I have no idea whether or not those the videos are real or not. That's the world I live in. Is someone can take Rudy Giuliani to court, say that he was that he heavily edited these and so on and so forth, and I still don't feel like I have even a moderate handle on whether that's true or not, because the way that I see all of this is that the powers that are behind the effort to,
and even if he didn't admit to that it being a lie, honestly, him admitting to it being a lie is probably like the least convincing evidence that it is a lie. Because we have like the full video, like they literally, like the fucking the Georgia election people like invited news agencies to say, hey, report on the full video. We have the full video here. We have like the ballots being placed under the tables before. It's not like they were shipped in from some back room or anything. Like
credit, slander, and ultimately prevent Trump from attaining power again are literally the most powerful people in the entire world, to where, like, Dominion, I don't know shit about
wait, one thing nothing. We'll do one thing at a time. Okay. So the reason why you feel that way is because people like Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump are trying to make you feel that way.
Yep. No, the reason I feel that way is because for 3 years, you got to remember, dude, I was on your team initially.
No, you were not. I promise.
I hated Trump.
I don't hate Trump. I just hate everything he stands for. I don't hate him because I hate Trump. I believe very much in American values and American institutions and American democracy and what this country is supposed to stand for. These are the reasons I don't like Trump. Not if you support Trump. If you support Trump, you are fundamentally un-American and don't believe in American values, for reasons we can get into in a bit. But if you want, real quick, it's absolutely true. If you want, I shot you a link on Twitter. I don't know how much of this you want to run through, but I can explain it to you also if you want. But
we don't need to go through it.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying is, like, any of these things where we get into the facts is like the way that I look at guys, specifically you, Sam Harris, Bill Maher, guys who I think are smart, excellent at structuring arguments, great at debating, walk people into traps, very good at
You're describing what Rudy Giuliani has done to people like you. Is good at structuring arguments and walking people into traps.
I literally I couldn't tell you a single thing about any of the stuff that Rudy Giuliani has said.
But you have a strong opinion about him being disbarred, and I'm telling you that he said that he lied about Ruby Freeman, and he did. You can watch their original presentation to the Georgia Senate. You can see where they skip at 20 minutes in the video to hide the fact where the ballots are put underneath that table, because I already know what video you've seen. It was the one that was published by OAN. You think you've seen a video of ballots being pulled mysteriously under a table.
Oh, I have no idea what the video is that I saw.
Okay, I know which one it is, because I
know what the video is, but I don't.
Just woke up. Welcome back.
Whatever impression you have of
yeah, my sleep schedule is a little bit teeny weeny fucked. Just a little.
Whatever this kind of massive group of people that you think are like Trumpers or whatever, and how they interpret information, I promise I don't fall into those boxes.
Well, then why do you think it's bad that Giuliani might be disbarred?
because the guy was he's the mayor of New York.
So
the guy put the entire New York mafia in prison.
So.
And no one ever broke his balls about anything until he started standing next to Trump. I mean,
maybe when he was doing the RICO stuff and putting people in prison, maybe he wasn't breaking the law then, or acting in unlawyerly conduct. Maybe he did do that under Trump. Is that possible?
Are we going to pretend that we live in a world where high-powered individuals just get prosecuted for things that they may or may not have done that's bad? That's the whole point. It's like they convicted Trump of a 34-count.
What does that even? Are we going to pretend like we live in a world where high-powered individuals may or may not prosecute people?
He wasn't breaking the law then, or acting in unlawyerly conduct. Maybe he did do that under Trump. Is that possible?
Are we going to pretend that we live in a world where high-powered individuals just get prosecuted for things that they may or may not have done that's bad? That's
high-powered individuals just get prosecuted for things they may or may not have done. I mean, like, Trump is, I think he's the only former president to be criminally indicted, right? Like, isn't this, this is the whole, like, evidence for him being, like, fucking persecuted or whatever, or the Democrats are basically prosecuting him. I don't even.
That's the whole point. It's like they convicted Trump
of
of 34 count indictment. They convicted 34 felonies.
Just stay on Giuliani. Just one thing at a time.
But it's the same thing.
It's not.
Exactly
well, it is the same thing. You've been fed misinformation, and you want to think that everything is the same as everything else. And so,
I haven't been. What I'm telling you is, I have not been fed misinformation because I don't look into any of these things strongly. I look at the outcomes and I go, oh, all right. So, you know, I know about this story, this story, this story. None of them faced any.
Yeah, I don't look into claims. I don't do my research. Why? This is the first time I've ever seen someone brag about that. Usually people try to hide it, but okay.
Whatsoever. But this guy's standing next to Trump, whether he did anything wrong or not, they will try to destroy him, bankrupt him, ruin his reputation, take away his law license, and literally leave him rotting in a cell if that's what, you know, they decide to do.
Like, he deserves it, though. He lied. He went in front of.
Does he think there's never situations where you can deserve that, or you can deserve to be disbarred or put into prison? Like,
state legislatures, and he lied. He went in front of the country and he lied. He fed into one of the largest lies that's been told. 80% of Republicans, probably you included, still think that the 2020 election was a fraud because of lies that he helped perpetuate. And he admitted that in court.
I don't know whether the 2020 election was a fraud because I don't look into it, but I see the outcome of it and I see that people are upset. And
when he was finally sued on these things,
I
he
can't
said,
be misinformed
I lied,
if I'm
but it's
not
my First Amendment right to lie.
True.
And he lost those cases. Like, it's all a lie. But you think that it's all the same in your mind for no reason, though. Why?
It is all the same. It is all the same. Like, on Rudy Giuliani, again, I haven't even looked. I know none of this stuff.
But you have an opinion on it. You think it's wrong that he's being disbarred.
I think it's an example of something that is happening constantly to anybody who is around Trump.
Maybe a lot of them. Maybe Trump surrounds himself with bad people and liars because Trump is a bad person and liar.
Incredibly powerful people who are leveraging every institutional way that they can bring the government, the legal system down on a person that they do not want in the presidency. And maybe, you know,
I wonder which one of these is more likely.
Did nothing but pump out and continue to.
What you're describing, what you're describing is what Trump does. He tries to take down everybody that he doesn't like. He's threatened every single Republican lawmaker who doesn't buy into his agenda. He'll say, "We're not going to help you in your reelection." He said it on the call to Raffensperger. I was a schmuck for helping Kemp win his election in Georgia. He threatened Fox News. That's why they started to run all the Dominion bullshit from Sidney Powell, is because Trump said he's not going to go on Fox News anymore. He's attacking them now because they're not. Remember after they called Arizona and he started going off on Fox? Like, Trump does everything that you're describing. Every single thing you're describing is what he does. That's his playbook. But you're pretending that the Democrats do it.
I'm not talking to Democrats. I don't see the world as Democrats, Republicans. I think that is the mechanism that the people who actually run the world use to ensure that they have vice script control over anyone who's going to sit in any type of office that can pull strings globally.
That's
I think that Trump slipped in the back door because they thought he couldn't beat Hillary Clinton. He won, and they were like, "What the fuck? He won't listen to anybody. He's doing things his own way because he's Trump." They start wigging out. They're like, "We need to get this guy the fuck out of here." And the way that I ended up changing my mind and deciding that the bigger kind of threat to what I see as American values, America in general, which is I see America as the citizens of the country. That's all I see America as, is when I listened to, I literally watched and read every single thing about the Russia collusion case for 3 years, literally for 3 years.
Oh, but he's informed in that, I guess.
He's finished. Like, he is going to get buried. And knowing at the same time that if the conclusion of this investigation that Mueller's putting together is not him being indicted for the things that they're saying, then there is a completely different world that we live in. Because MSNBC has been saying this as facts. If even like,
how do you feel about? Well, let's say that's true. Then how do you feel about the fact that nothing came out of Hillary's emails?
You mean Hillary's acid wash server? You mean?
Yeah, you mean like Trump's campaign party, his association with Roger Stone, who was associated with the person who hacked Hillary's DNC email server, the Guccifer 2.0. I mean, we can both play that game, but I'm asking you: did you feel the same way? Did you feel the same level of resentment when nothing came out of all the Hillary stuff as you did out of the Trump stuff?
Wait, the level of resentment. Well, the Hillary stuff is that she had a private server, and when it got subpoenaed, she acid washed it as opposed to turn it in. Hillary Clinton is the scariest person ever.
Didn't she delete it before they? Isn't the whole issue like she fucking acid watched it before they subpoenaed her or whatever? Like
literally
oops.
The last enemy I have respect for her. She's probably one of the most powerful women to ever live, but she is a vindictive, incredibly powerful person that I even get nervous talking about her too much on the internet. But she had a private server where who knows what's on it. I don't like to speculate, but she acid watched it as opposed to turn it into the people who are trying to investigate her. It's pretty gangster that she could do that and not face any consequences. But the hacked emails,
Gangster
I mean,
Hillary, hell yeah.
I don't know. Like, they'd be pretty stupid to be talking about any kind of like nefarious criminal stuff through a server that's shared by her entire campaign.
Okay, well, I'm not even sure what to say. I think it's incredibly sad that I feel like half the country, you included, has just been completely wiped away by the Trump brainwashing stuff. You're just factually completely ungrounded. You're off in outer space right now in terms of like the things that you believe. We can go through any individual particular case if you want. I can talk to you about the entire Hillary thing from start to finish. I can talk to you about how there are standard procedures to wipe servers, including the destruction of devices. I can talk to you about how you don't even care about the fact that she had a private email server, because I bet you've never talked about the fact that Donald Trump and his people were using private phones and emails, but Republicans never care when it happened. I mean, we can go through any one of these things in detail if you want, and I promise you will be wrong on every single thing, but it's up to you what you have the patience for.
I guarantee that regardless of what topic that we talk about, if Trump is involved, your conclusion will always be the same. Like, whether you know this about yourself or not, this is a fact. If Trump jaywalked in New York and a person got hit by a car across the street, Attorney General filed aggravated manslaughter charges against Trump because he's a famous person and he should have known that if he crossed the street without using the sidewalk, that people could get killed. So that's what we're doing. You would be on here supporting an aggravated manslaughter charge because the dude jaywalked. That's you hate him. Like, you guys hate him. And if you say you don't hate him, I disagree with you.
I mean, I think he's un-American, and I think he's a threat to the order of the United States. Like, I think he's historically bad for the country, and I think that he's bad for what this country represents. I think that people like you have a greater allegiance to Trump than any part of the United States.
That's a ridiculous. You know nothing about my politics at all. That's completely not true. That's just fundamentally not true at all.
Okay.
He does have Trump sneakers in the background, and he is. I guess he's too uninformed. He had to. I mean, again, the issue is he has opinions, but he apparently chooses to not be informed of these things. But I feel like when he's saying central bankers are behind everything, evil central bankers are behind everything bad about Trump. We kind of know a little bit about your politics. We know what type of person you may be.
At all.
Do you think
I'll give you an example of here's how I see America. Perfect example. Brittany Griner is arrested in Russia, and you have a lot of conservative retards that are like, let him have her. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? She's an American and she's in a Russian gulag and she's being held as a political prisoner. She's American. Like, we can argue about whether her views are stupid or not when she gets home, but I will always have her back because she's American and she's being held, again, as a political pawn in Russia. Like, to me,
what race
Americans
of bankers?
are America.
Yeah, I wonder.
And what I'm saying is, like,
he has not used the word
and I'm
Zionist
sure you're
yet.
sick of
We'll
talking
see if we
about
get there.
firemen, but like, this is your guys' issue. Is you've attributed so much villainy to Trump that a thing like a father firefighter, a guy who goes fishing on Saturday, a guy who doubles as a church cleric or whatever, can be at a rally with his family having a good time, and a minute later he can get shot in the face, and his daughters actually see their father's blown up corpse in front of them, and it makes sense to you that guy is not worthy of empathy because he was a Trump supporter, not any of those other things. That's what I'm talking about. Is like, when people say the Trump derangement syndrome thing, that's what they're talking about.
Trump supporters have spent their entire lives of Trump in office, the past 8 years, making fun of or going after George Floyd, BLM victims. Anyway, Paul Pelosi, that guy, yeah, he tweeted out some dumb shit as well. Yeah, about the Japanese will get over the...
I wonder if this guy's informed on George Floyd, or if he has not looked into it. So he doesn't know whether or not George Floyd died of fentanyl or neck compression. He doesn't know. He just doesn't know.
The fucking nuclear bombs. I would save Putin over 3 other like Democratic politicians or whatever.
So he deserves to have his face blown up over his daughters.
Deserving to have your face blown up is different than somebody not having sympathy for something happening to him. Those are two different things. Somebody deserves to die at a political rally or anything, obviously. But like, having sympathy for a side that has continued to ratchet up the temperature and lead to the destruction of the country.
It's a dude. It's a single dude. That's what I'm saying. I do not see the world like you. It has nothing to do with Trump or whatever. If Trump disappeared tomorrow, my view of America would be identical. Like, to me, that's an American father who is at a rally with his daughters, who tried to save his kids, and he got murdered in front of his kids. I have 3 daughters. I don't even think I could accurately describe the level of trauma that would leave. It would destroy their lives. It would destroy my children's lives, these innocent little babies. If that was something that they saw, that's the end of their father getting his face blown up on top of them. And it's like, if you can't find empathy in that, like where you're like, man, I mean, it means you've dehumanized the supporters, and you keep saying like this side. He's a guy. Like he's just a guy who probably just watches a different channel than you do.
Yeah, it's not just watching a different channel. Like your side is involved in the destruction of this country, like the actual
80 million,
destruction of this country. Yes, however many people are supporting Donald Trump, who is an un-American treasonous president. Yes, are leading to like the destruction of this country. Yes, absolutely.
And the 80 million people on this side see the identical situation on the other side.
Yeah, but the difference is those people.
Yeah, but I'm
idiots.
right, they're wrong.
I would say the same in reverse.
I know you would, but the difference between you and me is if you want to dive into the facts of any of these particular things, I will gladly do it, but you'll avoid it like the plague. Of course, you don't want to talk about what Rudy Giuliani was involved in, because if you did, you'd have to admit that there's a really good reason to disbar him. And of course, I
wouldn't get into a fact-based conversation about any of this stuff because I already know your opinion, and I'm sure that you have.
It's
lots
not about
of
my opinion. It's just the facts of the case. It's the facts of the matter. It's very simple. You look at the court docs, you can look at the rulings. Like Trump was convicted in front of a jury in New York State. You probably think that was really bad, but I mean, he went through the whole criminal court process and he got convicted.
And you think that was probably on the up and up, given that the judge had donated to the opposing parties.
Oh my God.
Campaign, and then
let's say even if that was true, what would the judge donating to the opposing party? How would that lead to a conviction in front of a jury?
If it were a different politician, then maybe we could have that conversation.
Oh, what a great answer to the question.
People's brains break on him.
You keep saying people's brains break, but what I'm telling you is Trump is just a historically terrible person. So of course people don't like him. That's not like only a conservative would see a guy who's surrounded by 10 people who all hate him and go, "Wow, all those 10 people sure are deranged." Like, how does that make sense in your mind?
What 10 people?
You're looking at Donald Trump and you're going, it's crazy that every single person around this guy hates him so much. Like, wow, people sure are deranged about Trump. Maybe Trump is just a loser. Maybe nobody likes him for a good reason.
What I'm telling you is I know people that I trust that know him. And I know people who just met him and spent a significant amount of time with him. And all of them have had the exact same thing to say. All of them.
No offense, but like his vice president isn't with him now. He didn't choose the same one, right? Very few people in his old cabinet will even endorse him. He attacked every single person in his administration. Barr quit after giving interviews because he was so tired of Trump lying about the DOJ. Every single major person that's worked with him has not endorsed him and doesn't like him and has turned their back on him and has flipped on him in court. Like, who are all these people? That's great that you have personal friends that might have good opinions about him, but like this is a historically not liked person by even people in his closest inner circle.
They were all
like none of these things are red flags.
No, not in comparison to what I see on the other side. What I see on the other side is way scarier. My honest opinion is I think that when Trump got elected and the people who really run the world recognized that they had a vulnerability at the president of the United States where they're like, man, we can't, even though we have historically always controlled the person who's in this office, now we recognize that we have a global vulnerability here. And I think that what their solution has been to slander and try to destroy Trump's life and make sure he never becomes president and simultaneously weaken America to a point where they don't have that vulnerability anymore.
Is there any single thing that you could see or be shown about Trump that would make you think, okay, maybe this guy's not a good guy?
Of course.
Like, what would you have to see? Like, what situation? We can do the Jan 6 stuff if you want. We can do foreign policy if you want. We can do any topic, any individual thing.
There's literally not a person on earth that has any kind of carte blanche with me. Like, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. You see a guy who gets killed as their side, like, and he likes Trump, so like their side. It's like such a weird. I don't know. Like, I don't even know how to even respond to that. Like, I don't see people as like, oh, that person's a Democrat, and then like that's where like the conversation starts. Like, stops. I find it actually really bizarre that people make decisions about whether or not they like people or want to have them in their life based on what like politician they like. Like, to me, it's as insane as if you week to week watch like Survivor with your neighbor and you're like, oh, I like Rick, and they're like,
okay,
oh, I like
Nancy. We're talking about presidents, okay?
No, I know
we can do. Okay, on January 6th, Donald Trump watched the Capitol burn for 3 hours, and he sat there and watched it and did nothing until the very, very, very end. He finally sent a tweet telling people to go home. You don't think that was an abdication of his duty? You don't think he was watching his own vice president come under attack? You don't think that he?
This is what I'm saying. There's no point in us talking about January 6th at all. Like, just
because you're uncomfortable, because you know that the facts don't support
it's not because I'm uncomfortable.
Because Donald Trump
I'll say things, you'll go, that's not factually accurate. You'll say things, I'll be like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I can prove every single thing I say. There's like 50 million witnesses to every point that I say. All you have is fantasy in your mind, right? You don't have any facts. Okay, what do you think is one thing we would disagree with that I couldn't very easily, instantaneously prove that you would have no evidence for?
I've looked at the Jan 6 stuff. I have looked at, and I've seen the stuff that you've talked about. The cops let him in. You've got like videos.
Hold on, you've seen the edited videos.
The first people. Wait. We can do that right there. How do you think the very first people got into the Capitol?
You mean like what was the first attack?
The first people that got into the Capitol building were people that broke in. It was Proud Boys that broke in with a riot shield. That's on video. We can see them breaking in. There are people that have been arrested. I think he actually just got sentenced like yesterday. Breaking into the building. We can watch all of that on video.
Whether or not it's actual people or Antifa dressed up as Trumpers and then Trumpers come on. The whole thing is like people are not
why you
challenged.
Do you see what's happening? I can't tell if you're aware of your own like mind rot right now. You keep pivoting away to these generalized points. Okay, very specifically, the guy that broke in was not Antifa. There was no Antifa there. Multiple people.
I'm not saying that.
have said that like these are Trump supporters, it's not Antifa. These are patriots on the day
inaccurate.
of. The guy that broke in was not Antifa. I can give you the name. I can show you the sentencing. It's not Antifa. None of these people are Antifa.
So you think that there is no reasonable scenario where this was a thing? Like, human beings are not challenging to manipulate. If you have a group of fired up people, it doesn't take a whole lot of people to incite them into doing things if that's what your goal is, in order to give you a reason to get rid of Trump and then take him off social media. They needed a reason to kick him off social media because even if he's not the president, he's still too
The people
loud
that
for
made
them.
plans to do this were the Plan Boys, and they did this over a month in advance. We have all the signal calls.
Plan Boys?
We have all of the group text chats.
He just said
we
the
have
Plan
the
Boys. Yeah, the Proud Boys is what he meant. But
plans that they'd made in advance. Like all
The
of this.
FBI couldn't under oath say that they did not have people in the crowd who were there specifically to instigate.
What does any of that have to do with what we? Why would the FBI ever publicly declare where they have an informant or not have an informant? And what is that? We don't need the FBI there. Donald Trump was inciting people. Alex Jones was inciting people. Nick Fuentes was inciting people.
Alex Jones was telling people, do
Clearly
not
paid by
cross
the
this
deep state.
barrier. They're tricking you into doing this. Don't do it. He was literally standing outside saying, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in.
Let's watch the InfoWars reporting on the day of Jan 6 and see what they were saying. See that they were saying I think it literally was InfoWars that said Ashley Babbitt is like the second, or it's the first victim of the Second American Revolution. I'm pretty sure that was the InfoWars reporting on January 6th.
After, when he realized it, sure as fuck, yes, but Donald Trump was marching with all of them.
Going onto the grass.
Alex Jones was there with the loudspeaker, marching, walking down to the Capitol with everybody.
Like, walking peacefully down to the Capitol is a lot different than telling people to go inside. And when people started crossing barriers to go onto the grass, he was telling them, don't do it. He saw exactly what was going to happen. Alex Jones is totally batshit, but he's right.
Gay.
A lot.
The very first, do you acknowledge that the very first people that got into the Capitol building, the very first person in was a rioter breaking in, okay, with a right.
What does that have to do with Trump, though?
Hold on.
I'm not saying
I'm just because you made one claim. You made one claim about how the police let them in. The first people into the Capitol building were people that broke into the Capitol.
What about all the people who got let out of jail when the videos?
What does that have to do with anything? Wait, what does that have to do with anything? You don't know all those cases. I don't know why you ever bring them up. The very first people into the building. Do you acknowledge that the very first people in were people that broke through the windows? We can watch videos on it if you want.
I don't acknowledge that because I don't know.
Okay, if you don't even know the first people in, how do you have any opinion about this at all?
How do I? If there's a pattern of things that very clearly lead to an assumption that there was something much dirtier going on, like cops letting people in, like video.
But you don't even know any of the. How can you?
Like this video that I saw from Tucker Carlson, which is like 0.3% of the full footage that the Jan 6 committee provided him. If I just watched I have looked into the J6 stuff. I've seen the spliced video of Tucker Carlson. Wise man playing Bedrock. Because we made this realm to get my friends wanted to get all the achievements on Bedrock, so we made this realm to do it. So yeah, I'm usually a Java player. I don't really like Bedrock, but welcome to the stream, Persian. Yeah, I'm just playing it so I can have something to do in the background while I farm YouTube React views. You
have a pattern if you don't know any of the underlying facts.
I do know the facts. I've seen the videos of security guards walking these groups of guys around the thing. And then why is the shaman? Why did he get let out of jail again?
Wasn't he convicted?
And then he got let out of jail when the full record of video footage came out. They just straight up let him out. When does that happen in the American justice system? We're like, oh, this guy's innocent.
I'm not aware of what you're talking about. The January 6th rioter was sentenced to 41 months in prison. I don't know what you mean about
let out. Tucker Carlson did the expose with all the full breadth of footage from the January 6th, and he was shown.
The full breadth of footage. Did he? Was it really the full breadth of footage though, or did he very specifically only show a very, very literally less than 1% of the footage to misleadingly paint a picture of what happened?
Tucker Carlson did not give you the full breadth of footage. Tucker Carlson gave you a heavily edited, 2-minute splice of him being led to the Senate chambers once the building was already broken into.
Enough footage for him to just be let out of jail a week later.
He wasn't let out. He served his time.
No.
Okay.
No, the shaman got released. And anyway, it doesn't matter. January 6th is a single incident, and my contention is that it's not. Trump certainly did not have any intention of leading some kind of riot insurrection into the Capitol. If someone goes to the Capitol building and they attack the police, they should go to fucking jail. We agree on that.
Started rioting.
But you're connecting this, assuming that the Proud Boys did go in first. That is not on Trump as an insurrectionist because he was leading a protest that he never gave even a word of instruction that sounded like, hey guys, let's get in there and go fuck shit up. Let's take this place over. It's like
tweeting that Mike Pence should come through.
It's ridiculous. Everything that he said was the exact opposite of that.
No, that's what Trump said for basically his entire speech. That's almost exactly what he said. Yeah.
Then why didn't he get charged? Because they would have charged him.
What is having to get charged? That doesn't influence whether or not he said these things during his speech at the Ellipse.
So you think that the attorney general or whoever would have been responsible for prosecuting Trump at the end of the January 6th hearings, you think they just let him off the hook if he said something that equated to?
It's not about letting
violence?
somebody off the hook. Taking somebody to court and trying to charge them with a crime relating to inciting a riot, that's a really, really, really high standard, right? You're talking about the Brandenburg test here for a standard of whether or not you can criminally charge somebody. But whether or not somebody can be criminally charged because you don't know if you would like convict in front of a jury beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't mean a person didn't do a thing.
I didn't say didn't. Well, I don't think
you did. You just presented that as evidence. You were like, well, why didn't they charge him with a
riot.
crime? Like Donald Trump has used so much rhetoric that was like very obviously like leading. I mean, everything that he said, the people walked from the speech to the Capitol building, and then the rioting continued, and people broke in. Like that's exactly what happened. Did this all just happen on mistake by accident? Like it just happened to be that people broke into the building and the certification got delayed.
Peacefully walked down to the Capitol. He never gave any instruction to go.
He said that
barriers.
one time, like 20 minutes into an hour-long speech. The rest of it was...
Where in the speech did he give instruction that said, let's go attack police officers and break into the Capitol?
He didn't say, let's go attack police officers and break into the Capitol, but he used speech saying that you have to get tougher, that if you have to fight, you're going to lose your country, that it's a corrupt election that was stolen, and that we can't allow these people... Quote, if we allow this group of people to illegally take over our country because it's illegal, when the votes are illegal, when they get the way they... when they get... Fuck, reading his... When the way they got there is illegal, when the states that vote are given false and fraudulent information, like all of these things are about how the election has been stolen, they're stealing our country from us, that we have to fight like hell or we're going to lose something.
If I took the text of that speech and put it in Google, I bet you I could find identical verbiage out of the Democrats about the 2016 election 550,000 times. That is exactly what they said about 2016. And everybody acts like questioning election results is this brand new thing. I'm like, I remember when Gore and Bush did this thing with the hanging chat and all that. Like, it's not.
Okay,
like,
I don't know where you want to go. Yeah, you live in it's like talking to my mom. You live in a fantasy world. You live in a fantasy world. This is
actually like talking to people in my family too.
That's okay. Yeah, you live in a fantasy world. Nothing that you're saying is true. Donald Trump gave a speech for an hour plus. He wanted there to be violence at the Capitol. That was the plan the entire time. We know that because of conversations that he had with private counsel beforehand, and we know because he sat and he watched the Capitol be rioted at for 3 hours.
And also because he started calling for protest on January 6th. He started calling for them on December 19th. Like this is planned like well in advance.
Hours, and he did nothing about it. People were outside chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." He was evacuated from his office, and then he was evacuated to an underground bunker where Trump didn't even call him to check on him. Okay, and as he's down in his bunker, he's looking at his phone where Donald Trump is tweeting, "Mike Pence has failed us." Okay, he didn't do what needs to be done. Like the idea that this all just happened by accident, and the Democrats have done the same thing. No, they haven't. The Democrats have never led a mass protest insurrection at the Capitol building to circumvent the certification of the vote. That's never happened ever.
What about
and the idea you're going to string together
BLM?
some series of quotes from people and pretend that this is the same thing as Donald Trump giving an hour-and-a-half speech about how every single swing state election was stolen, you will never find anything that is the equivalent of that. And even bringing up Gore v. Bush as a joke, because despite the unpopularity of that Supreme Court case, they accepted the results of the election, just like how Hillary conceded the very night of the election to Donald Trump, as opposed to Donald Trump, who tried to win, who tried to claim victory the night before the votes had even been counted. It's not even close to the same thing. On every single factual level, you're completely delusional and off on the opposite on the end here.
I'll pose a counter vision of what happened on January 6th. So in 2020, the government mandated that everybody stay in their homes and not leave and do all the things that I can't talk about the shot ever again, but and simultaneously we're turning on their television and watching BLM rioters burn the cities down every single day. That was going on the entire year of 2020. That's all people saw. They're like, they're burning down the cities, burning down the cities, burning down the cities, burning down the cities. And so in an election where they literally changed the fucking rules for the election, because everybody's locked down, so now we got to do the mail-in voting, which may or may not be more secure, regardless of whether or not the election results were legit. I have no ability to verify or not verify these things. But to act as if it's a bizarre like conclusion to come to in a completely changed environment. We're like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this less secure. We're doing this. It's because of this. And then people go to sleep the night of the election and Trump's up by a mile. Then the next morning they're all, oh hey guys, now we counted all the mail-in voting and look at this, dude. Now Trump's losing. Like whether or not it's legit or not legit, to act as if it's a bizarre conclusion for them to have. So then
can I understand then? So you think that all the state election committees were rigged? All the state courts.
That's not what I said.
Wait,
I literally said I have no idea.
Hold on. When you say you have no idea, that's what you're saying.
He has no personal ability to verify it. He hasn't
because you don't trust
the
states. You don't trust the state governors. Okay, you don't trust their. Hold on. Stop pivoting. I'm just asking you very clearly and very concisely. You think that every single state involved, we'll say at least the 7 swing states or whatever, all of these states lied, all of their courts lied, all of the federal courts that had to review them lied, and then the DOJ and the FBI, who are all, by the way, under Trump, all of these people lied as well. Every single person.
Is that what I said?
How can you not trust the outcome if you don't think that all these people lied? Because every single state and all of their state courts and then federal courts all reviewed a lot of this material.
I very clearly said that I have no ability to personally verify whether or not the votes are legit or not. What I'm talking about is the people marching on the Capitol and then ultimately there being violence at the Capitol.
Hold on.
My
Do you think
contention
that the results
people,
of do you
like,
think
you ever see the movies like where they put people into a movie theater and then they
Yeah.
put the glasses on and they feed them like, you know, they feed them like, you know, the images that's going to make them interpret the world the way it is.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
called Fox
if you put
News,
people
yes.
in their home, if you put people in their home and show them nothing but people being angry and rioting downtown, this city, that city, and then they feel as though
I think
the
YouTube
election was
censored
stolen,
you there,
and then now they
Baby
march to the
and
Capitol,
Heartburn,
and then
but-
you have a handful of people that help with a little bit of incitement, and then they're going to explode. That's not Trump that did that. Like that's
Trump was literally
a,
inciting them the entire time. He called the
But he
people there.
wasn't.
He did. Why did he call them there to protest? What are they protesting on January 6th?
Why does anybody protest anything?
No, hold on. Wait, does everybody protest randomly? What were they protesting on January 6th?
They were protesting that they were going to certify the election
There.
results where
Correct.
they.
And what was their
Right.
goal? To stop the steal. What does that mean?
Okay. What they're protesting is the interpretation from them. I'm not there. I wasn't at January 6th, but they're interpreting it
God.
as this has not been convincing that this was actually investigated and that he did not have the election stolen.
Correct.
There's
So you're right. So they didn't believe the results of the election. So they went to protest
Right.
on January 6th to
Sure.
change the results of the election.
not to change the results of the election. They're protesting the
Certification of the vote.
People protest.
That's an insurrection.
It's not.
It is. You're saying they don't agree with the results of the election because they think it was rigged, and they're going to go and protest it to quote unquote stop the steal.
Right. And so you're saying that this was a coordinated plan.
No
that
one
they
said
were
anything
going
about, well, it was coordinated because Donald Trump, they didn't go on January 5th, right? They didn't go on January 7th, right? They went there on January 6th to protest what you
coordinated
said.
people to protest, not to violently insurrect the government with no guns.
Protest.
Well,
what?
he knew they had guns when he sent them to the Capitol because the vast majority of the people that showed up at the ellipse were outside of the secured area. The Secret Service told him there were people there with guns. That's one of the reasons why he wasn't allowed to go to the Capitol afterwards, even though he wanted to. And then he sent them to the Capitol to go and protest. What were they protesting? The certification of the vote. And what happens when they went there? They managed to delay the certification of the vote. What did Donald Trump do? He was calling senators saying, hey, maybe we should wait a little while longer to certify the vote. Everything plays into this one narrative of trying to stop the certification of the vote, stop the steal. That's what it was. It's like so obvious. Like every single part plays into this.
It's such a crazy interpretation.
Literally everything from the beginning. Hey guys, we're going to stop the steal. Everybody shows up on the ellipse at January 6th. Hey guys, just so you know, the election was stolen. You need to fight like hell. You're going to lose your country. This election was illegitimate. We need to hashtag stop the steal. People march to the Capitol. They protest and they riot and they have to stop the certification of the vote, which was the steal. And you're like, and then Donald Trump is sitting in his
Jimmy's
office for
haircut is
187 minutes for 3
haircut. Yeah,
hours,
it
not
is.
calling the National Guard or doing anything, watching them stop the steal. And you're like, bro, how could you possibly have this interpretation of events? What?
Because you're making one gigantic leap that's not even defensible in any kind of reasonable way.
What's the
Gigantic
leap?
Like
leap.
all the
What
way
the
up
hell
to
is
yes,
like a
they are there to
gigantic leap there?
protest. They are there because of this. Then you leap to Donald Trump organized them with the intention of them rioting. That's just not accurate.
Oh my
And
God!
then there's
he's the one that called them there to protest. He knows that, right? He knows that they were there because of Donald Trump. That Donald Trump was the one that called them there to protest. Does he not know
there's
that?
no there's not even like a line of dialogue that you could say that would even moderately hold up. The January 6th committee literally they went through every single thing. They tried everything they could to nail him to the wall, and even they couldn't
my
come up with
God.
anything realistic about him inciting violence.
You can
Really?
literally go through all of Trump's tweets before the day of. On January 5th, he tweets, I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen. What does that mean?
Right. He's saying that there's a lot of support for more investigation into whether or not he actually lost the election.
On January 6th, the rioters are there to
investigation.
investigate?
He didn't say rioters. He's the protesters
Alvin,
are
how
there
long have you been out of the
because they're
closet?
unhappy.
I'm still pretty deeply in it. I just keep denying to people that I'm gay, but we all know I secretly am. We all know. So, there's no point in me coming out of the closet because it's just so obvious, because I'm a liberal, so I have to be gay, yeah.
That the election's being certified when they feel that the election was stolen.
Correct.
And
They're
he's
there to
saying,
stop the
look at
certification
all
of the
the people
election.
coming into D.C. This is a representation of a
and
very
I'm playing
large
Dead Arc
percentage of the
Edition, so, that
population
kind
who
of makes
agree
me
with
gay
them.
too, yeah.
You guys should pay attention because, but like none of that. has
January
anything to do with
4th, Donald Trump
inciting
tweets out, how can you certify an election when the numbers being certified are verifiably wrong? You will see the real numbers tonight during my speech, but especially on January 6th. Hashtag March for Trump, hashtag Stop the Steal, hashtag Do Not Certify.
What
I'm
about
deeply
that sounds
closeted.
like, hey
Okay,
guys,
exactly.
let's go incite violence and raid the Capitol?
How can
Which
you
part?
stop the certification of the vote? How did they stop the certification? They did it by rioting and breaking into the Capitol, right?
Right, but so your contention is that because Trump said stop the certification, that means that he's like dog whistling to the group to go and invade the Capitol? It's a ludicrous conclusion.
That's
It's not- it's
exactly what they
indefensible.
did. They literally did this, and he literally sat by and watched it.
But you're
it's just a
saying that he
coincidence.
told them to do it or incited it directly.
yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what he
saying they
wants.
didn't do it.
Yes, of course. He literally wants it to happen. If he didn't want it to happen, why is it that as
Brent
soon as Trump saw
Peterson
this
for
happening, why wouldn't he have made a call
president,
for people to go home? Or why wouldn't he have
I'm still voting for D's nuts. He ran in North Carolina. He was a North Carolina candidate. I'm voting for him.
Deployed the National Guard.
He did.
No, he didn't. It took him 3 hours.
Just
I don't know
kidding,
the exact
I'm
time.
writing
I do. It was
Biden.
187
Guys,
minutes.
You need to go home peacefully.
Yeah, yes. After 3 hours of his entire family and everybody else in the Republican establishment and the Fox and the right-wing media establishment begging him, please, and his son even sending him, please send these people home.
Nonetheless, the argument that he incited them and told them to go in any way, verbally or non-verbally, is just not there.
January
They would've
2nd, he
charged
tweets out, an attempt to steal a landslide election win. Can't let it happen. How do you stop them from stealing?
How is that telling people to go violently raid the Capitol?
On January 1st, retweeting, the cavalry is coming, Mr. President. Hashtag March for Trump. Hashtag Stop the Steal. The slogan is be there, will be wild. January 6th. What are they doing?
He's promoting a protest.
For the certification of the vote.
Right.
January 1st, the big
agree on
protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m. on January 6th. Location details to follow. Stop the steal. How are they going to stop this? How do you stop the certification of the vote? How do you do that? You think just protesting outside is going to stop certifying it?
Ian's just
Okay,
insane.
like, do you think that, well, I guess in this case, bad example, but I would have said, do you think that just because people are upset about, some incidents with police, that if they say defund the police, that they were actually expecting for the cities to defund the police? I'm saying, like, people protest things they're unhappy about.
Wait, hold on. Yes, there were people that protested to defund the police, and they want them to defund the police. Yeah, it was stupid. But yeah, there were people that, you think that...
That is my exact ideology. Modern homosexual liberalism. Holy shit. I've never heard words so perfectly describe me. Yes, that is true. This is accurate.
People that wanted them to protest, to defund the police. You don't think those people actually wanted the police defunded?
No, what I'm saying is you're attributing a methodology and an action plan for stop the steal or stop the certification, which includes violence. It's not there. It's just not there.
But it literally is. Donald Trump had fake elector slates made. He was trying to pressure Pence to accept these fake electors from these states, and violence was part of the way to pressure people in Congress to not certify the vote, or to pressure Pence to...
Do you think, this is a little bit off topic, do you think that Donald Trump, like, in your opinion, I'm not talking about the...
I don't know if you're going to accept this, but I am, in fact, straight. I have no interest in men. I only like women. I'm not bisexual. I'm not gay. I am, in fact, straight. However, I do love homosexuality because lesbian porn is hot.
Actual vote counting, any of that. Do you think that Donald Trump
and lift weights.
really believes
I am
that
vegetarian,
the election was
so
stolen?
I am
not.
a soy boy.
He was lying
So
the
you
whole
think
time.
the whole thing he's lying?
Absolutely. Obviously. It's
Yeah,
so
I
obvious.
completely disagree.
Of course you do. But every single person around him that's credible,
But I haven't looked into it. I just don't assume people's intentions like you do, even though Destiny actually has looked into it. But stop watching ethnically Jewish atheist content.
Of all of his White House legal counsel, vice president's legal counsel, his Department of Justice,
Man, these the chatters that come out at 6 a.m. are a little kooky crazy.
Everybody was telling him, these are bullshit claims. None of this is real. We cannot find evidence of any of these things. And Donald Trump went outside the White House to find a cacklepot of crazy lawyers like Powell and Giuliani and Eastman to feed him these crazy conspiracies to try to make him...
Giuliani's a cacklepot lawyer as of when, though, prior to that?
Everything that I've seen, he might have been in New York. I don't know. I haven't gone over his cases for that. But watching Giuliani's conduct during this stuff, yeah, he was an insane crazy person, of course.
See, this is what I was talking about. If our base assumptions about what a person's motivations are in opposite ends, that's what I'm saying.
I like how he just keeps repeating like base assumptions, as if Destiny's just like assuming these assumptions without like any credible evidence, when he's literally like top to bottom like read all the indictments of Trump. He's read like most, if not all, of the Jan 6 committee hearing. Like, he's listened to the entire Georgia phone call. Like, holy shit. We're in a matrix of your own making. True. Yep.
Pointless to even discuss the facts, because like
no, it's not about no. You don't have any of the facts. That's the issue. You have a feeling that you've come that this can't possibly be true. I've gone through all of these facts. We can go through Giuliani's behavior in any of these cases. We can go through any of the facts he's presented, but you don't want it. You don't have any of those in your head. You just have an impression that Trump has given you, and because Trump has given you this impression, you're like, well, it can't possibly be the case that these guys are crazy. Or
we are trying to drill into a single fact that you are attributing as truth. And that is that Trump incited violence, and you've gone through all of these things. And as a fact, he 100% did not incite violence. And we've seen that over the last 10 minutes. There's nothing there.
Donald Trump wanted to stop the certification of the vote. Do you agree with that? Okay. He invited tens of thousands of people to the Capitol on the 6th. I bet
he wished it was a million.
Sure. Yeah. On the 6th. Do we agree with that?
Sure.
He said statements like, you need to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country. Do we agree with that?
Like every single politician has said during a campaign.
That's fine. That's great. That's great. Do you agree with that? That he said that?
Yeah.
Okay. You agree that he watched the Capitol being broken into and he sat in his room drinking Diet Coke and did nothing about it. Do you agree with that?
I have no idea what he was doing. I know that he tweeted out that they need to peacefully leave.
Okay, so you've conveniently, the only part you don't know is the timeline where he sits for 3 hours in his room doing nothing to stop the violence. You're only aware of the final tweet that he made at the end of the day. It was 4:17 p.m. is when he finally told people to go home.
I don't know what time the riot happened. I don't know any of that. All I know is
don't you think that's important?
Oh
Okay,
my
let's say this.
God.
What if it was 3 hours? What if he
Dude,
did?
he literally picked like the least relevant thing. Holy shit. Well, I don't know what time it happened.
Sit in a room watching TV for 3 hours and didn't do anything while he watched the Capitol being broken into? Would that be evidence of the intent of him wanting violence there if he didn't do anything to stop it?
No.
Okay, what would you need to see to think that he wanted violence to be there? Besides a direct confession,
has
or is that
to
literally the
say,
only thing that would satisfy
wanted
you?
violence.
What would you need to see to think
Anything
that, like,
that even could be moderately interpreted as him trying to incite violence is not there.
Okay, what about Giuliani? What about at the ellipse beforehand? Well, first, we're way past that. But at the ellipse beforehand, Rudy Giuliani literally says, let's have trial by combat. The election was stolen. We're going to fight to the very end to make sure this doesn't happen. Right before Trump comes on.
Trial by I don't what the does that even mean? Trial by combat is generally talking about one guy versus one guy and they fight to the death in like Game of Thrones. I have no idea what the fuck that even means.
So unless Donald Trump says, I want you to go to the Capitol and violently break into the building, then nothing else counts as...
I mean, he doesn't need to necessarily say it like that, but he has to he has to say something that could be interpreted reasonably that his intention was for them to be violent. There is no upside in him getting
quote, we have overwhelming pride in this great country and we have it deep in our souls. Together we are determined to defend and preserve the government of the people, by the people and for the people. But I said something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can have happened and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to the Capitol and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote, but we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and loudness they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
That's like actually crystal clear that what his intention was for them to march down there and be loud, and he's saying give the Republicans like that actually is the exact opposite of inciting violence, because that does state his intention, and that was for them to march down to the Capitol and let their voices be heard, not break in and go fucking zip tie people or whatever this ridiculous narrative was. Now you said that they knew that they had guns. How, like, what number are we talking? Are we talking like 2 people that had a concealed carry permit? Because you definitely can't carry guns in Washington.
Thousands and thousands of people.
Thousands of people had guns.
I don't know if they didn't arrest every single person, but when Donald Trump gave his speech in front of the ellipse, I think it was like 30,000, went through the magnetometers, and there were like tens of thousands of more outside. The majority of his crowd was outside of the secured area, and the Secret Service reported the reason why is because a lot of people saw that they had a scanner, so they didn't want to come through, and they'd seen some people in the crowd with weapons, what they could see. They didn't arrest and go and take everything, but Donald Trump knew there were people with weapons in the crowd before he sent everybody off to the Capitol to go marching, and that's why he wanted to go, but then they told him, sorry, we can't do like an off-schedule trip to the Capitol because we can't guarantee your safety, but yeah, he knew it, yeah.
So you don't like assumptions in some cases, but in this case, because they didn't go into this area, we're just assuming it's because the vast majority of them were carrying firearms.
They didn't go through why else would you go to Washington, D.C. to see Trump speak and then not go into the official area to watch him speak and stay outside?
Not enough room.
There was plenty of room. They just didn't want to go through the security scanners.
I can't verify that one way or the other, but that's certainly not evidence that there was a bunch of armed people. Washington, D.C.
The Secret Service saw armed people. They saw armed people.
You got a piece behind, shotgun behind you, gun rights. Like in Texas, I can carry concealed without a license. I have a license in other states. Washington, D.C., you can't carry. Like, you can't just be carrying a firearm.
I mean, if it's concealed, nobody can see it. That's the whole point of it.
Okay, so again, we're making assumptions that there were a bunch of criminals that were illegally carrying firearms.
I didn't say it was criminals, but I'm just saying that like Donald Trump knew there were weapons in the crowd. The Secret Service told him. He said he didn't care. He asked them to take down the magnometers. They're here for me. They're not going to hurt me. It's fine. Donald Trump didn't care. He knew that there were people in the crowd with weapons. He knew this.
Well, I can't verify that, but either way, if the people had weapons, none of them used them. So they clearly, if they were carrying them, were there personal protection the way that I carry every time I go.
I didn't even know that Trump actually asked them to take down the magnometers.
Anywhere here, just in case. Like, they didn't use them. No one used any guns except for the cop that shot the lady, which I don't have I mean, listen, it's unfortunate, obviously, but like that guy was probably scared shitless. He's got a mob of people coming for. I understand why he fired completely.
Oh, at least
well, I mean, he fired because she was trying to crawl into a secured area where they were pointing guns at, saying, "Don't come in here."
With a mob of people behind her that might beat the guy to death. It's not a bad shoot in my opinion. It's tragic, but nonetheless.
So what would you need to see? What
Henley, I don't even know if Ian's gonna vote for Trump because it seems like he hates both of them. It seems like he's saying he denounces Jan 6, but I don't know if he cares about Jan 6 considering I think he was talking about how fucking Zionists controlled the world before. So
what kind of behavior would you need to see from Trump to think that he probably wanted violence to happen on January 6th?
Controlled by the Zionists too.
Anything that indicated that at all.
Like, give me an example of something that he could say or do.
I can't just make something up because it didn't happen. So like, I don't know. I'm not that creative. Like I would need someone to like, okay, I'll give you a perfect example. If Trump wanted there to be violence, in my opinion, the easiest way to do that is to communicate with the leaders of these groups of people who are his supporters that might be willing to get violent, and you have someone contact them and let them know, look, if these guys don't, if these guys are going to go forward with the certification, then let's go shit up. Someone has to give instruction to a group of people. Like, can we agree that the Proud Boys, if given direction to go get violent, probably would have?
I mean, unfortunately we can't touch a lot of that communication, but Roger Stone was in direct communication with people like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. Roger Stone is literally in pictures with them, working his personal security, and he called them and talked to them. And Donald Trump had conversations with him on January 5th and January 6th. I mean, and they had weapons stashed outside Capitol. There were a lot of arrests about it. They related to the Oath Keepers, and the Proud Boys were the people that initially broke in. But
and so they had the conversations, and how come no one on the Trump side got investigated or indicted for inciting if they gave specific instructions?
Well, right now, Donald Trump has given a blanket pardon basically to everybody associated with him.
I can't hear you over Destiny.
Number one. Number two, because Donald Trump got immunity from the Supreme Court, it's really hard to probe a lot of this activity. Now, who knows if any of the original Jack Smith indictment will even make it to court. But
he got immunity like 5 minutes ago, and the January 6th happened, what, four years ago?
Yeah, but the immunity applies to the same case.
Right, but I'm saying you don't think that they had time to investigate it? Like the January 6th committee, you don't think that they had time to investigate whether or not anybody on Trump's team gave it strict instructions to anybody to incite or
you can cite executive privilege. You don't ever have to testify about conversations with the president. That's the whole point of executive privilege. And now because of the immunity, now even more of the conversations are protected.
You think the leader of the Proud Boys who got 22 years wouldn't have given up the Trump campaign if he had gotten direction to get violent?
Enrique Tarrio? I don't even know if he was in direct conversations with anybody with Trump himself. It might have just been through Roger Stone, and who knows what he testified to.
Why wouldn't he? So he wouldn't have given up Roger Stone?
He did. But Roger Stone was pardoned by Trump. I don't know what the rules are for like charging somebody if you've already been pardoned. So,
but we're speculating now.
Do you agree that it's just like this is the most obvious thing in the world? So it feels like very weird to like pretend that this is a real conversation. Do you agree?
He did not.
Do you agree? Do you agree?
It doesn't sound less than, but I'll try to hear you. Is it really that bad? It should not be that bad.
When you vote for president, you vote for a slate of electors who vote for president.
I feel like it was fine before,
right?
but
yeah, I know how this. Yeah, I know how that works. Yeah.
Donald Trump had 7 different fake slates made up in every swing state. He had fake slates sent from there to the electoral college, and the goal was to have Mike Pence pick the fake electors. That was like the plan on January 6th. That's why he kept saying he can send it back to the states. That's why he kept saying Mike Pence can come through for us. Like, we believe in Pence. Like, Pence has to come through for us. Pence has to be strong. What he wanted Mike Pence to do was to choose the fake electors. That was the whole point of that.
I don't know anything about that, and I can't take anything as assuming that it's true, because the one thing that we have been talking about extensively, I can't see any reasonable conclusion that your conclusion is accurate.
Okay. Let's say that theoretically that was true. Do you think that that would be bad? Can we say at least that?
If Trump made fake slates and asked somebody to fraudulently just pick them, yeah, of course that would be bad.
Okay. That was when he said Mike Pence can come through for us. What do you think he was talking about?
I don't know. You said fight like hell meant that they should raid the Capitol.
No, wait. When he was asking Mike Pence can do what we need to do. What do you think he's talking about there?
In terms of commentary, who's your favorite commentator? I don't know if I have a favorite
thus far,
commentator.
When you're attributing meaning to things that people don't say directly, I disagree with your interpretation. So I
like Destiny. I like Sam Harris. I like
no clue.
Yeah.
We just can't possibly know. Like, you know that. So for those fake slates, you know that like none of this is contested, right? Like, this is all in open court. Like, people have been.
I'm not going to pretend like I know about the story because I don't know anything about it.
Okay, like you can literally see. I mean, I can send you like there's like the fake slates have been filled out. All of that information is publicly viewable. That Trump's campaign, that Eastman Chesebro, and people working for Trump Giuliani were trying to organize, or they successfully organized.
Destiny, I think he does a really good job, like researching a lot of things and understanding them.
The point of January 6th to stop the steal was to get Pence to choose the fake electors, or to just reject all of us because there's competing elector slates.
I know nothing about that story at all.
Okay, well, let's say theoretically, let's say that was true, and he wanted Pence to choose the fake elector slates, and then he also sent a huge riot down to the Capitol to try to encourage Pence to do the right thing. Does it seem more likely that violence might have been like a part of the strategy to pressure the politicians there into choosing the fake elector slates?
I mean, if we're talking about, I mean, a dragon could have come and landed on the Capitol if we're just talking about like make-believe hypotheticals.
Okay, well, every single thing I just said is beyond verified true. Like, it's not, nobody even contests this.
I mean, I don't know anything about it. And
yeah,
like
we're
I said,
big Voss fans here.
No offense, just trusting that your fact pattern and the things support your conclusions. In this conversation, I disagree. That's a nice piece back there. The shotgun. You shoot clay?
Yeah, skated trap.
Oh, great pivot. Nice one, dude.
What's near me, but
where do you live?
Miami Beach.
Oh, that is not what I would have guessed. I went to UFC 287 in Miami, and it was the first show that Trump came into the building for, and I was sitting in the front row.
Oh, please don't talk about anime then. I don't know if you're being serious.
In that close right next to it, because
did I mention anime?
What? And all these NFL guys were there, and a few of them, I heard them talking before you know,
Okay,
like before
Ian,
the show,
you're
and they
on
were saying,
thin
like,
ice right
man,
now. I'm gonna
I
ban you
can't
if you
have a
don't
picture
stop
taken with
the-
Trump, like because they were worried about
Don't
backlash
stop
or
with
whatnot.
the,
And when
the
Trump came
nose.
in, the place literally.
You said
I've
big
never
Ross fans?
heard
I was
crowd
joking.
go that bananas for anything. I've been to a million UFC shows. They cheered louder for Trump and longer for Trump than I've ever seen ever. And I looked over at the guys that had said it, and I like it's this look of bewilderment that I can't even describe. It's like it's like they were like, oh wow, I lived in this world where I actually believed everybody hates this guy, and now I'm faced with the reality that in this building, everyone not only likes him, they fucking love him.
Okay, nice one.
And it's like I've said to a lot of people, I'm like, listen, dude, I don't care what you think of the guy. If you are in the building and felt that energy of the collective, all that excited about him, you would get behind him just because it feels good to have everybody.
We'll do 1 minute, and then if he continues
you
after,
think that I don't know what you think actually about why people support Trump, but that's what it is. Humans are tribal creatures. Like we are supposed to find other like-minded people. Tribe up. We battle against other tribes. It's just primal. And
yeah, I don't even know if
as much as like I disagree with people on politics, I really do see every single person in this country as an American that's on my team. Like I don't see like some enemy state on the other side. But the people who hate Trump, you guys do because you hate him that much. You dislike him that much.
Because he's un-American, yes.
But see, I think it's un-American to be flipping about an American who got shot in front of his kids.
There's nothing un-American about that. Americans have a wide range of views on violence and violent conduct or whatever. But the subverting the democratic process, fighting against like every single branch of government, saying you're going to be a dictator on day one. How do you feel when he says he has a right to suspend the Constitution to look for voter fraud?
He's joking. He's just joking.
Let me ask you this: do you think?
How does he not know about that? How does this guy have an audience? Does this guy engage in debates with other people, or is he only like talk to Destiny? I would assume like all of these things are talking points that would come up in other debates that he has with people. I guess he just doesn't debate other people or something.
A reasonable conclusion that his supporters had that there might have been widespread shenanigans in the swing states.
True, yeah.
No,
given the
this was
circumstances.
fabricated.
He should have done it with his fashion arc. He did go on a fashion arc, so.
Made by Donald Trump's campaign, and every single one of these major claims was a total and absolute lie. And you can follow the genesis of them all the way to the culmination.
His fashion arc did ultimately result in the taxes
or Powell
for
or Fox News saying we lied about this. That's why Fox News lost their Dominion lawsuit. That's why Giuliani and Sidney Powell said they lied and they settled with the states that they were fighting with. All of them did. Every single one.
Who are some of the worst commentators in your opinion? It'd be like Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, people who have like actually lost in defamation lawsuits, who like knowingly lied. I guess Rudy Giuliani isn't a commentator, but he did also lose the defamation lawsuit. People who are like openly, I would say Ben Shapiro is basically openly bad faith when it comes to covering Trump and Kamala, because he's admitted to like grading Trump on a curve. Like, yeah, I would say people who either knowingly lie, like Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones, or people who are openly bad faith, like Ben Shapiro.
That's why he lost 62 out of 63 of his court cases.
I'm not talking about those guys. I'm saying the citizens of the country who voted for Trump, given the circumstances, was it reasonable for them to be suspicious of the election results, given that the mail-in voting thing happened? Trump is winning when they go to sleep. They wake up and suddenly it's flip-flopped.
No, everybody knew that was going to happen. Every single person. People were talking about it beforehand.
Why did they know that was going to happen?
Because Donald Trump was telling his supporters from day one that mail-in ballots were going to be rigged, so they weren't going to participate in the mail-in ballot system.
They knew that there was going to be.
I noticed you didn't mention Hassan Ali at all.
Yes.
I think Hassan's dumb, but I don't know if he. I would not consider him the same like level of bad faith or anything as either Ben Shapiro or people who like knowingly and continuing lie. Like
because of the mail-in voting. But the reason that everyone knew that is because the mainstream media told.
But he doesn't even. I guess he's a commentator, but like his fucking stream is just watching YouTube, looking at Twitter. Like he doesn't even. I am farming React content right now. Like I do farm React content, but I also do like reading. Say Hunter Avalon takes the cake when it comes to bad faith arguments. I don't know anything about Hunter Avalon, but
told him that. And the mainstream media,
but Hunter Avalon has not lost the defamation lawsuit.
Literally just controlled propaganda for the other side. So like that's not convincing. That they said,
do you agree that Democrats took like social distancing and masking more seriously than Republicans?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were more likely to vote by mail-in ballot than Republicans, right?
Oh, I'm not saying that they weren't more likely to. I'm talking about was it reasonable for the voters to be suspicious of the outcome? I'm telling you, I am not saying whether or not the.
I hate when people was it reasonable to be suspicious? Okay, it's reasonable to be suspicious, but reasonable to be suspicious does not mean rejecting all evidence to the contrary. Like, it's fair to have reasonable suspicion, but that opinion has to change when you're presented with all this evidence to the contrary, as happened in the 2020 election. Like, we verified the election so many separate times through like so many separate channels. Like every like major claim of election fraud has been like totally and completely like totally debunked. That reasonable suspicion can't extend all the way to rejecting any claim to the contrary, to thinking that every single institution is totally and completely rigged and lying about the election results. Like, yeah.
The election was stolen, because I don't know. I'm asking, like, on a personal level, each of these individuals.
I mean, you can have a little bit of suspicion, I guess, sure, but like all the states investigated all their stuff and everything came up green, every place they checked. So,
would you understand, given the way that the Mueller report played out and that entire saga, why people would be not fast to believe any official narrative that came about related to the election, especially after COVID, where literally everything that they said all along the way ended up being not true.
First of all, that's not true. Everything, the Democrats to the left were far more accurate about COVID than anything the conservatives said. I'm still waiting for people to mass die from vaccines. I'm still waiting for the mass blood clots and the mass vaccine injuries and the mass mandatory vaccine periods and the mass vaccine passports. Like, none of this ever happened. So the conservatives were dead wrong on literally all of that. So I don't know where we have this idea that the liberals were wrong every step of the way. Yeah, no.
On that topic,
Gen 6 case being real and valid is your main position / politically. I want to say no. I wouldn't say that's my main position or anything. No, I focus. I mean, I think right now the majority of my stream shit is like economics focused. Like, you came in when I started reacting to this, but like before, we were reading a lot of stuff on a universal basic income. I want to say that's my main thing. I haven't done as much research into January 6th as I have. I haven't done that much at it. I haven't really done much at all, but I haven't done nearly as much research reading in Gen 6 as I have like just like either economic stuff or Israel Palestine when that whole thing was happening. I did that as well.
Any numbers that come out, I have no ability to verify those. I wouldn't even get into what the numbers on the vaccine were. On this particular topic, this is one of those things where I talk to people.
I mean, that's not just Milton Friedman. That is a position Milton Friedman held, but I think that's a bit of a narrow view of basic income. There are a lot of different basic income proposals that have support from a lot of people to the left of Milton Friedman, including myself. Yeah. It's not just a Milton Friedman idea, but yeah. Dark Brandon meme was something that only shared by K-Man. Oh, true, definitely.
People all the time about, how they view politics, policy specific, and
also
in many cases I can look and I'm like,
there is a difference between Milton Friedman's negative income tax and a broader universal basic income, although they do sort of somewhat amount to being the same thing, just because I mean, they're both basic income proposals, and like obviously rich people who receive UBI are taxed away that UBI versus rich people just don't receive negative income tax in the first place. That's the difference there.
Like, this is like a game for this person. Like, they don't really understand how this is going to, or
hold on, wait, hold on. Just before we move on, because you jump from everything. Do you acknowledge that every single conspiracy about vaccines ended up being incorrect?
No, but let me
wait. What was one that ended up being correct?
I mean, the fact that they were, it's not even about conspiracy. It was an untested medicine.
Oh my God, it's not untested at all,
tested,
but okay.
Right? There were trials, right?
UBI is only appealing to people who have no drive and motivation to do for themselves. I mean, I don't know, like all the empirical data seems to run against that. Like, it shows that like UBI does not really reduce working hours. The only people it reduces working hours for are students and parents. And like both of those things have positive long run effects, people reducing working hours to focus on school is not a negative thing. That is a positive thing that increases long run growth. Same thing with parents. Like, if parents reduce working hours to spend time with their children, empirical data equals appeal to authority. That is an unbelievably stupid statement, but okay.
On the original vaccine, there were trials for that, right?
Oh, I don't know. There are no long-term studies for sure. They did it on the
because it's emergency use authorization. Can you make the argument
of how you can appeal to authority? Do you think it's an appeal to authority fallacy to like quote a study? I mean, maybe if you're quoting a study, you haven't read it at all, and like you're just in. There are ways to like appeal to studies that are appeal to authority, but not. I hate to break it to you, that was not an appeal to authority. It's an appeal to observed effects of studies that have been run on UBI. go back and listen to what you said. I just don't like if I drop a I was gonna say if I drop a ball because that's a different thing. Like if the FDA runs a study, that's not an appeal to authority to quote that study at all. That yeah, I don't.
Did you feel the same way about the monoclonal antibody treatment? Because that was emergency use authorization. Why didn't conservatives protest that? Not Donald Trump. Joe Rogan promoted
because
that.
nobody mandated that they take it.
But it was the same type of trialing for
but nobody mandated that they take it. I didn't have a problem with the COVID vaccine. The problem was always with the government mandating that people take it against their will.
The problem wasn't just the mandates. There were a whole bunch of claims made. The things that you just said, there weren't any testing for. That doesn't have to do with mandating or not. You're saying that it's an untested medicine. Even if there were no mandates, that would still be a bad thing, right?
I'm saying the reason why people were not unreasonable to not want to take the vaccine.
Oh my God!
No
now he's shifting the goalpost thing to like it was okay that people were suspicious. There were reasons to be suspicious. Don't you think that there were reasons to be suspicious?
And threaten their jobs and force them to take
it. If that's an appeal to authority, I don't know how anything could not be an appeal to authority unless you do something yourself. I'm literally just quoting the observed effect of giving people money. That's not an appeal to authority. That's an appeal to empirical observed effects. Supplementing income clearly disincentivizing people to work. You're probably disincentivizing people to work less relative to the current welfare system, because the current welfare system is means tested, meaning benefits go away if you start working more. So you're disincentivizing them less because you prevent entirely the possibility of welfare cliffs from forming. So relative to the current welfare system, which I understand you also probably oppose. You're increasing the incentive to work. You're not decreasing it. Secondly, the argument is basically that providing UBI to people is probably going to provide to them some type of economic stability that's probably going to increase their motivation, or increase their ability to work even. Like if you can't afford childcare, and suddenly with a UBI you can't afford childcare, well then I can pay to put my child in the daycare, and I can go get a job. And there are like other situations like that which increase the ability to work. You're increasing the incentive by that is not at all what I said. I don't think you are capable of understanding what I said if that's what you took away from what I said. Because I actually didn't say that. I said relative to our current welfare system, which has welfare cliffs, you remove the possibility for welfare cliffs. And I said B, providing financial stability to people can actually increase their ability to work, not their incentive to work, but their ability to work. That's what I said. Work enhances your buying power. That's the incentive. Yeah, like it's yeah, but he's saying obviously he is technically. I mean, it's obviously correct. Giving people money is to some extent gonna. It doesn't disincentivize them to not work, but it doesn't provide an incentive to work, because you cannot work and still have your needs provided for. But like 99% of people are going to choose to work, but whatever. So free money increases someone's ability to work. Obviously, that is true in some cases, at the very least. Yes, you see, like it makes their legs work better. You understand? I literally cited an example where that would be the case previously, right? Like it makes their arms work better. I literally cited if you can't afford daycare, and with UBI now you can afford daycare. Guess what? You can work more now because you can afford to put your child in a daycare facility. When you talk about developing topics like the 6 hostages who died in Gaza, I mean, I don't like covering the news like that usually, but I don't know. I talk about it sometimes. I saw a U.S. hostage died in Gaza. I didn't hear about the other 5 hostages. Daycare is taxpayer funded if you can't afford it. Not right now, not for most people. I'm pretty sure like Washington D.C. does have like subsidies for daycare, but I don't think that's true for the majority of people. Maybe it is. Yes, right now. Everywhere in the U.S. Can you like link some? I'm just not familiar with that. Child subsidy income loans. Child care assistance. I think we provide subsidies, but it's probably is not enough for most people because child care is so expensive. You're super poor, the government will pay for daycare.
in the Supreme Court, right? The government never wasn't able to mandate the vaccine.
That's also just one example. If you're also like too poor to afford a car, to like a reliable car to like commute to a city where there are good jobs, and like UBI could help with that, right? And again, the observed effects of UBI don't show a decrease in employment. So I don't like, the
country, right?
So did New York
shoots a place that can't less for daycare? Good.
Fire 70,000 healthcare workers that refused to take the shot?
For New York State? Are we talking about the federal
And
government?
also, you also understand that also proves my point about having a disincentive to work, because guess what? If your income increases, you lose that free childcare benefit. So you understand how like that also creates a disincentive to work. That creates a bigger disincentive to work relative to UBI, where you never lose those benefits if your income increases. So what's your stream mostly centered on a single topic with intermittent debating with chat and observed debates from Destiny? Usually, yeah, basically what I'll do is like, hey, today, like we're mostly reading about UBI, and in between that I'll react to some stuff basically, because I need to farm some YouTube views. If your income increases, you can pay for your own childcare. Do you agree or disagree that welfare cliffs exist?
State governments or
across the board?
Did New York State implement that? Was that a New York State policy, or were these just hospitals implementing it?
No, New York State. When Andrew Cuomo went through his thing of, whatever was going on to where he resigned, and literally the very first action that the new governor took was she fired 70,000 healthcare workers in New York who did not want to take the shot. The healthcare workers, and many of them had already had COVID. And so they're like, I have the antibodies. And they're like, too bad you have to take the shot. And they're like, they're medical professionals. They're like, there's no long-term studies. I don't feel comfortable taking the shot. And they lost their jobs, 70,000 in New York alone.
I would have to look this up, but I don't.
That's a fact.
Considering every single other thing you've said is incorrect, I would be hesitant to believe this. That it came from the government. It might have come from a union. It might have come from a hospital. But it came
from the state governor. 70,000.
Okay.
That's why I've always been suspicious about why Cuomo got ousted, because I was like, this seems weird.
Like,
the guy's the hero, and then all of a sudden they're like, this is going on, and then he resigns. And then the very first thing that she did, my hypothesis was like, maybe he just was not going along with the program. He's like, dude, I'm not going to fire the healthcare workers.
Welfare is supposed to supplement income, not additional income.
Thing, my opinion was they knew that was going to fail in court.
That does not. It's funny how I asked a very direct question and you did not answer it at all. It's not a second job. The point of a UBI is it provides a floor. It provides like a baseline standard of living. It provides a floor that you can't fall below. So it's an anti-poverty measure. It prevents you from falling into poverty entirely. That's the point.
And they did it just to get as many people to take the shot as possible before it died in court. And listen, I have no problem with people taking the shot whatsoever. Everyone in my family took it. In all honesty, I probably would have taken it under different circumstances.
Well, for claims about the health impacts of the vaccine, do you agree that none of those came true?
No.
Which thing about that was said about vaccines at the time, which of those ended up being correct?
What do you think subsidized housing is? What do you think EBT is? What do you mean, what do I think they are? They're examples of welfare. They're what?
Was in 2016, I was appalled that he was president. I couldn't even wrap my brain around it. I was like, I saw it as like an institution that is sacred to the country and all of that stuff. I'm like, you can't just throw people into a role like that.
I can only imagine you. But how hot it gets when you bring up healthcare. I don't figure out do healthcare that much.
That there was this other thing happening. And he started to look a lot more presidential to me while
it gets real hopping in here when we do the dense economic analysis of different tax structures
in the seat. And then simultaneously, as we're watching like all of the million different actions that were being taken against him at the same time, I'm like, oh, okay.
So all these things are claiming UBI would do welfare already does. Yeah, but I think UBI does it better. Also, that's not really true because welfare systems, the way the welfare system works, the way like the means tested welfare system works, it only comes into effect once you fall below the floor. Once you fall below the floor of like whatever poverty line we draw, then you get the welfare benefits that can help try to bring you back up. UBI prevents you from falling below that floor entirely. It provides a floor. It's not And when you get kids, I'm sure healthcare will become a regular topic in my opinion. Oh, maybe. I'm 18. I'm not having kids for a while, but it's because it's meant to supplement income. I mean, sure, that it's meant to provide a social safety net. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know what point we're disagreeing on. I just think UBI does a better job at that for various different reasons, which I have explained, and you just seem to not address them and keep bringing back to this point. It's not meant for you to be able to forever have a shit job and place you in the middle class. they strive to. They're both anti-poverty measures. It's not middle class. UBI is not meant to keep you in the middle class. UBI is also meant to be anti-poverty measures. Hi, 18. What college career path are you on? I start college relatively soon. I think I start college like October 16th or whatever, in like a month. So I'll probably go there for economics. Although I'd have to do the obviously take my generals first. I can't just start with economics. But yeah.
Really big thing that's incredibly dishonest and very dangerous to the system. Much more dangerous than him. And so I can guarantee that you and I could look at an identical set of facts. And if Trump is involved, we will have diametrically opposite conclusions. And it's probably for the same reason, except in reverse. Where you see Trump as a cartoon villain, which I know is not true because I know so many people who actually know him personally. And I will most likely make a conclusion that there is a group of
econ that's difficult. Good luck getting the fellowship through. If you plan
literally every single thing that happens that's negative about Trump, and I'll be right 70% of the time. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean, if you want, we can play this game. I can ascribe my internal drive to him. You can ascribe your internal drive to him, and then we can just look at different scenarios and we can see who's offers the greater explanation.
Let's do it.
Yeah, mine is
figure that considering your clear lack of understanding how money actually works.
I think that Trump is a raging narcissist. I think that everything he does is in
something you often find
in the service of himself. I'll say that. I think it's a very simple thing. Everything he does is in the service of his ego and to make himself feel better and more hyped up on himself, and that's it. What do you think is the driving force behind him?
Well, I think everybody's driving force.
You ended up getting into comp sci. Is it comp sci super competitive too? I heard comp sci is actually it's gotten to the point where you don't it's not even that beneficial to get into relative to other stuff, relative to other things anymore because it's become competitive. Not really. Oh, okay. I thought I was more competitive.
Most cases is themselves in one way or another in terms of I mean, there are people who dedicate a lot of time to charity. Even that is to make themselves feel better, or feel good.
It's only competitive if you don't know what you're doing.
Is, I think that what he wants more than anything else in the world is he wants to be loved, and he wants to be loved universally, and he can't
Homelander
get enough.
just wants to be
loved. The more
people
give him positive energy, the better it is for him. And so it's like people ascribe malice to the things that he's doing, like he's like some kind of dictator tyrant after power. And all I care about is how has he approached the job of being president? Who is he thinking about as he's proposing policies, and ultimately why? And what I see is he wants to earn the love of the people who are in this country by delivering good outcomes for him. That's literally exactly what I see.
Content creators do you follow?
Some kind of hysterical narcissism where he
that's just not something I consider. If you consider that, I think that's more of a you problem and not a me problem.
Needs to be adored and loved, but I don't give a fuck about that. If what he is actually doing to try to earn that is going to end up driving good results for citizens in the country, then that's good. That's aces with me. I assume all these politicians are in the head.
Okay, I mean, I think Trump is significantly more than the other ones. I think he's significantly more narcissistic than the other ones. I think that people have different level interests in terms of being interested in the benefit of their political party or in the benefit of the United States or in the benefit of her citizens. And I think there's a difference between that and just doing things just to benefit yourself. But I feel like you're saying that he wants to be loved universally. I feel like that's a bit reductive because I guess you're saying even if he's doing charity, he's doing it because he wants to be loved. So I don't know how different our predictions are going to be there because it kind of sounds like we're using a similar internal drive. I guess.
So even if he's even in your case, if he's a narcissist that's trying to serve himself, what is he trying to accomplish?
He's trying to better his own reputation, even if it's at the expense of the United States. That's the issue. I want to present the country first, not himself first.
See, I see it exactly opposite. I think that he wants to. I think he does want to cement his legacy and his reputation, but I see it as that he plans and is trying to do that through improving circumstances and lives in the United States.
Okay.
I mean, when I look at well, let me ask you this actually. Mm-hmm. What is your viewpoint on the way that the system seems to attack anyone who's around him? Like the people they're throwing in jail.
I think he surrounds himself with a lot of really bad people.
So all of them.
A lot of them, yeah.
Like you're comfortable with them stripping Rudy Giuliani of his law license in New York?
Rudy Giuliani should go to jail. Yeah. Absolutely.
See, that's what I'm
I don't even realize it fucking looped, didn't it? Yeah.
Saying this is exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know why. I don't know when that happened. I was busy arguing with chat. And the Bright says he's still doing the debates. The MAGA guy is just taking him on a carousel. Like pro-Palestine protests, for example. What are we? Why are we shifting to those?
Okay.
Just because being sued isn't the only way you can go out of business. Constitution.
Hold on, I don't know when where did we leave off? Not fun. Come to Turbo server. They're arguing Zionism. # content. I don't want to fucking do that right now. Who's there? I don't think I'm in Turbo server. Send me the link.
Fraud.
I don't know about that. Let me ask you this: Do you think that it was a reasonable conclusion that his supporters had that there might have been widespread shenanigans in the swing states?
No,
given the
this was fabricated, made by Donald.
Certification. Then let's go shit up. Someone has to give instruction.
Do you enjoy these debates? Yeah, a lot of them.
To a group of people. Like, can we agree that the Proud Boys, if given direction to go get violent, probably would have?
I mean, unfortunately we can't.
All people saw. They looked. They're like, they're burning down the cities, burning down the cities, burning down the cities, burning down the cities. And
wait,
I literally said I have no idea.
Hold on. When you say you have no idea, that's what you're saying, because you don't trust the states. You don't trust the state.
Does anybody protest anything?
No, hold on. Wait, does everybody protest randomly? What were they protesting?
No, I mean the ones you invited to. Oh, yeah, some of them. Yeah. Skate is in. Oh my god. How do we feel about him? Then 3 non-streamers are rabid. Not sure if I'm mispronouncing. I don't want to do that. Well, send me the link. I'll join a server. I don't know if I'll join the VC. We'll see.
On January 6th.
They were protesting that they were going to certify the election results where
Correct. And what was their goal? To stop the seal. What does that mean?
For turbos? Yeah, wherever the debate is, yeah.
Okay. What they were
a little while longer to certify the vote. Everything plays into this one narrative of before.
That he incited them and told them are in opposite ends. That's what I'm saying. It's pointless to even discuss the facts because, like,
no, it's not about
talking about one guy versus one guy and they fight to the death in like Game of Thrones. I have no idea what the fuck that even means.
So unless Donald Trump says, yeah, and
a mob of people behind her that might beat the guy to death, got invested.
That's why he kept saying he can send it back to the states. That's why he kept saying Mike Pence. The thing I just said is beyond verified true. Like, it's not. Nobody even contests this.
Like before the show, and they were saying like, man, I can't have a picture taken with Trump, like, because they were worried about backlash or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And when Trump came in, the place, literally, I've never heard a crowd go that bananas for anything. I've been to a million UFC shows. They cheered louder for Trump and longer for Trump than I've ever seen ever. And I looked over at the guys that had said it, and it's this look of bewilderment that I can't even describe. It's like it's like they were like, oh wow, I lived in this world where I actually believed everybody hates this guy, and now
we'll see after this debate. We'll see.
I'm faced with the reality that in this building, everyone not only likes him, they fucking love him. And it's like I've said to a lot of people, I'm like, listen, dude, I don't care what you think of the guy. If you are in the building and felt that energy, vibe up, we battle against that.
Because he's un-American, yes.
A reasonable conclusion that his supporters had that there might have been widespread shenanigans. I don't know about that. Let me ask you this: Do you think that it was a reasonable conclusion that his supporters had that there might have been widespread shenanigans in the swing states?
No,
given the
this was fabricated, made by Donald Trump's campaign. And every single one of these major claims was a total and absolute lie. And you can follow the genesis of them all the way to the culmination. And it always ends with people like Giuliani or Powell or Fox News saying, we lied about this. That's why Fox News lost their Dominion lawsuit. That's why Giuliani and Sidney Powell said they lied and they settled with the states that they were fighting with. All of them did. Every single one. That's why he lost 62 out of 63 of his court cases.
I'm not talking about those guys. I'm saying the citizens of the country who voted for Trump, given the circumstances, was it reasonable for them to be suspicious of the election results, given that the mail-in voting thing happened? Trump is winning when they go to sleep. They wake up and suddenly it's flip-flopped.
No, everybody knew that was going to happen. Every single person. People were talking about it beforehand.
Why did they know that was going to happen?
Because Donald Trump was telling his supporters from day one that mail-in ballots were going to be rigged. So they weren't going to participate in the mail-in ballot system.
They knew that there was going to be a big jump in Biden votes.
Yes, everyone knew mail-in ballots were going to be.
But the reason that everyone knew that is because the mainstream media told them that. And the mainstream media, from their perspective, is literally just controlled propaganda for the other side. So, like, that's not convincing that they said,
no, hold on. Do you agree that Democrats took, like, social distancing and masking more seriously than Republicans?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were more likely to vote by mail-in ballot than Republicans, right?
Oh, I'm not saying that they weren't more likely to. I'm talking about, was it reasonable for the voters to be suspicious of the outcome? I'm telling you, I am not saying whether or not the election was stolen, because I don't know. I'm asking, as, like, on a personal level, each of these individuals.
I mean, where the fuck did we leave off?
And any numbers that come out, I have no ability to verify those. I wouldn't even get into what the numbers are.
Wait, before we move on, because you jump from everything. Do you acknowledge that every single conspiracy about vaccines ended up being incorrect?
We watch this part.
They with mandating or not? You're saying that it's an
them to take it.
We're talking about taking the $70,000 doctors
governor,
or whoever.
70,000. all the people taking the shot.
That ended up being correct.
That they cause myocarditis especially in teenage boys. That's a fact now.
At rates like comparable to or lesser than
were they? I think there was like literally one case in Pennsylvania where they ruled it was unconstitutional. Wasn't there one case of that? I feel like every
COVID
other
itself, right?
I feel like every other
COVID
one
causes myocarditis, right?
There are different studies that have different conclusions, but no. And
wait, do you think that COVID causes myocarditis?
Of course, that's not in dispute.
Okay, the rates for myocarditis, I think the most at-risk group was for like young men. It was like 7 to 14 out of 100,000 people. Right, this is a very, very, very rare side effect, and most myocarditis is acute. It doesn't last for more than I think a week or whatever. Right, it's not like a permanent disability, right?
If people rest, so like athletes that took a shot and got an inflamed heart with myocarditis, and they kept on training, that is why there were so many. In my opinion, that's not for sure, but that is a reasonable conclusion. Is why there were so many.
Like stacking the Supreme Court. What? I mean, the Supreme Court has a 6-3 conservative majority right now, but okay.
Heart attacks in athletes.
That's none of that is ever. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That was never proven. That's just never ever been.
I said it's not proven, but
well, it's not proven. Not proven. Like there was no research. There's nothing to back that opinion up. That's just a feeling, right? People.
No. But I'm not talking about the vaccine quality, not quality, whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the government's role in the vaccine. So as an example, once you find out that it causes heart inflammation in 17-year-old boys, if my son has already had COVID and I look, I'm like, what's the likelihood that this kid's going to die of COVID? Fucking 0. Well, then no, I don't want him to take the shot. They're all, no, he has to, or else he can't come to school. I have a problem with that. And the point that I was making earlier was I always want to know how policies impact the person specifically. And in terms of the vaccine, what happened to us was my youngest daughter got hurt by a vaccine when she was a baby. We didn't have we had no problem with vaccines until she got hurt. So we got medical exemptions in California. So everybody, it's mandated that all the kids have to have shots in California to go to public school, except for if they have medical exemptions.
They haven't even,
the entire reason that they...
Do you mean packing the Supreme Court beyond 9 justices? Because Democrats have not... They've not done that. I mean, yeah, people have obviously talking about it. I'm pretty sure people are talking about it on both sides, but if you want to argue, comment again at this point and just listen. That's what I'm doing at this point. Let them cook. Okay. I'll definitely do it. I just got to wait till after this.
Said that the mandates had to be put in place was to protect immunocompromised children. So then when they introduced a bill in California that was going to invalidate all of the medical exemptions, meaning doctors said vaccines, you are especially high risk to be injured by a vaccine. They were going to invalidate all of those under the story that someone was writing a bunch of fake ones. There was already a 97% vaccine adoption rate. There was no reason to do it whatsoever. My wife said that they were going to pass it. I was like, that's impossible. The entire basis of the mandates is to protect kids that have medical exemptions, and they fucking passed it anyway. And so we had the choice of either sticking 60 shots in each of our kids that have been determined by a doctor to be more likely to be injured by a vaccine, or leave the state. And we fucking let the state.
Justice to win, the example of cheat to win.
Actually,
okay.
If they added justices that they knew would. You'd have to prove so many different levels of intent there, but it could potentially be that. Yeah, you'd have to prove that they were where it's some type of coordinated plan. Yeah, organizing justices, the appointment of justices in order with the specific goal, the specific intent of being able to of them having them rule a certain way in election cases. But I mean that could potentially be the case. Yeah. It's possible.
It's probably a good thing, right? I don't care what, whatever you make up for your kid is whatever you want to make up for your kid. But why would I want my kid to go to school with a kid who is running around as a fucking bioweapon because their parents don't want to get vaccinated for anything, right? That's why we have measles and stuff coming back.
Why would it matter what they're around? They're vaccinated. They're safe. How would it possibly matter?
Because vaccines work by via herd immunity, right? The idea that you could just vaccinate one person and they're automatically super protected from every single disease isn't exactly how vaccines work. It relies on a certain percentage of the population being vaccinated. It relies on the viral load. So when you've got a bunch of kids that are just not being vaccinated because their parents have whatever political opinions,
again, adding justices with a specific intent to overturn an election, no, has not been a talking point. But I mean, obviously, people on both sides have talked about packing the Supreme Court. I would guess that right now Democrats probably are talking about packing the Supreme Court more than Republicans are talking about the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court has gone a little cuckoo crazy. But just adding justices to the Supreme Court is not evidence of cheating to win. No, you'd have to prove a ton of things beyond that.
Kid around those people, right? They can be homeschooled or they can go to another state. I guess it allows it to.
What does that have to do with California invalidating a kid who's immunocompromised from vaccines and telling them?
I don't even know what that means. An immunocompromised person sounds like something that would need vaccines more than anybody else. I don't know why immunocompromised.
We're talking about high risk kids, kids who are high risk of being vaccine injured, had medical exemptions, so they did not have to take.
I would have
shots.
to do more research. I don't know what that means. High
risk.
It sounds strange to me. If you're so immunocompromised that a vaccine would mess you up that bad, I imagine the COVID-19 would mess you up way worse. That would be my imagination.
COVID's not even in this. It's not. We're not even talking about COVID. We're just talking about the vaccine schedule in general.
You're getting the vaccine to not get COVID, right? Or at least have an easier time dealing with it, right? So if you're immunocompromised, wouldn't COVID be worse for you than the vaccine? Like,
there are a lot of reasons why certain kids can be more susceptible to negative effects from the vaccine. You can acknowledge that there are people who have negative effects.
I haven't heard of that. Wait, they have more negative effects to the vaccine than the disease itself. No. I'm not aware of that.
There are people who have negative effects. Listen, I'm not an absolutist on vaccines at all. If you I know people who are. Like, if you ask me, is the society going to be better off if everyone's vaccinated or if no one's vaccinated? That's easy. Of course, vaccinated. I understand why they structure the system the way that they do for herd immunity, etc. What I'm saying is that the main problem with the vaccine structure is that they took all liability off of the vaccine manufacturers, and so they have no incentive whatsoever to make them as safe as possible.
I'm not voting for Cop Mullen. I'm not voting.
How would they have no incentive?
Because they have no liability if they
don't need liability. The company would go out of business. If you made a horrible vaccine and it got... They would, because nobody would want to buy their stuff anymore. What do you mean?
No, okay.
Just because being sued isn't the only way you can go out of business, right?
Yeah. If a kid gets injured by a vaccine, the process that they go through is they go to like this secret government thing that they have to sign NDAs to get the payout. The taxpayers pay. The vaccine companies have zero liability. Literally, if a vaccine company was manufacturing a series of vaccines and somebody at the plant put Clorox bleach into a huge thing and 1,000 kids got killed, none of them can sue that vaccine company. That's a fact. They go to this court, and then the taxpayers pay it off, because in like the 80s, the vaccine company said that so many people were getting injured by the vaccines that it's not fiscally possible for us to continue to do it. So they wrote the bill, they passed the bill that took liability off of them.
Okay. Now, are you a military guy? Do you think should they not vaccinate like people in the military, like in basic training, or should you be allowed to have exemptions for that?
Completely depends on what they're vaccinating for and what the purpose is.
Well, they vaccinate a fuck ton of shit.
But no, I know. What do you think that they should mandate Navy SEALs to take the COVID-19 shot when they have no risk of getting seriously ill or killed by COVID? And again, COVID vaccine has no long-term studies.
You say no risk of. I mean, like, there's very little risk of the vaccine hurting you as well. Like, generally, the reason you get vaccinated
they have no idea. They don't know what the risk is because they have no long-term studies.
Billions of people.
Oh my God.
There's the idea of a vaccine side effect showing up in like 5 years doesn't even make sense, right?
Look that up.
There have been no vaccine side effects at any approved vaccine that showed up past 3 months of being injected. That's what I found when I looked it up.
Inaccurate.
Okay. All right, listen. Do you want to chat another point? We can. I have another show I have to do like 10 minutes. I need to run downstairs to my studio, but
all right, brother.
Yeah, if you ever want to argue about any particular topic. Also, listen, if you ever want to dive into any particular things, like you've got like a particular study, research, or like where we get into the weeds, I think, because that's where I specialize. Let me know. Shoot me a link and we can go over it, okay?
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you, dude. This is fun.
Have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye.
Phenomenal. I'm going to make that my debate strategy. Oh, I don't know. I haven't. Well, actually, saying like, I don't know, I haven't looked into it like makes sense sometimes, but holding strong positions on things that you haven't looked into, it's just fucking dumb. Fire, dude. All right, let's join this shit show. I don't know if we'll stay here for long because I do want to read, but we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Dude, so basically,
I was just saying hi, and here's somebody else who's in the conversation now, and please give her respect.
That's the factor.
I've known this girl for 5 or 6 years.
Welcome to
crazy. It's been a while.
Right?
It has been quite a minute.
Motherfucker!
It's weird to like catch up on this kind of call.
I'll mute myself.
Facts.
Dude, what are you talking about? What are you rambling about? I'll mute myself.
I'm like partially listening, partially having a conversation with Grumple over here. What's going on, guys? How's it going tonight?
Toka she's from years ago, Base Liberty, Loyal Logic era. She just started going live again in the last month or so.
Oh, geez.
And
she has some
opinions to say.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, apparently about the Jews for content.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, go live.
I didn't even notice.
If you're in here, go live.
Fucking white little men's briefs right now. You're all fucking exposed. You're sitting out in the fucking cold.
I gotta give you the view count on my laptop.
Yeah, but you're getting exposed.
Like little turtle heads. You're basically sitting there all fucking totally naked, dude.
I'm just gonna go live from my cell.
Okay, no, these motherfuckers.
100%. Turbo,
are actually like they hate Jews, so you should stick around to see.
Ready for this?
Turbo,
oh, no.
We have to work on your audio after off stream.
Dude, nobody hates Jews. They just don't like what they're doing. Like it's not about their identity.
No, I can't hear you at all. I don't think anybody can.
Come on, Turbo.
Right now.
Yeah, Turbo's real quiet.
Is that better?
Dude, it's so fucking.
I mean,
am I too loud, by the way?
The gain button is not the answer. The gain is not DUA.
Quiet, Grumple. Tell me, Grumple, is it fuzzed out or is it quiet?
You're okay right now. You're okay right now.
It is mashing.
I think it's balancing for when other people are talking.
No, you are peaking and blurring. You are peaking and blurring. It is because the gain knob is not always the answer. It's not always the way.
Tell me, just tell me what the fucking sound is.
It's blurry.
What's wrong with
it's blurry. It's fucking blurry, you douche. It's fucking blurry.
Turbo. It's memeing with you, Turbo.
What the fucking goddamn sound sounds like, and then I'll adjust it.
Interested in some of these.
It's blurry.
He's taking the piss, Turbo.
Literally, I've been in bands for my whole life. I know how the fuck to use it. Tell me what the fucking sound
I'm telling you, it's blurry. Between the gain and your distance.
Is it fuzzy?
I'm not memeing. I'm actually I'm live and I'm trying to help him as a streamer not sound like dog shit.
Idiot. I asked you if what it sounds like. What's the sound deficiency? What's the problem?
Is
no problem.
blurry.
Go ahead.
Fuzzy. Blurry is a fucking visual thing. Is it fuzzy?
Your audio.
Is it fuzzy?
Is peaking.
Turbo, you forget.
Your microphone.
Turbo, that's no
you forget.
problem.
I'm retarded.
Turbo, that's no problem.
Retard.
I'm trying.
You did this on purpose. Grumble,
Turbo, you're really coherent. Turbo.
No, I honestly, I try to help all the other streamers in the community to get things
Turbo,
better.
he's doing it on purpose.
Welcome
Turbo,
to
he's doing it on
the
purpose.
I don't know.
No, I am not, Skade. You shut your raccoon ass face.
This is quite a.
Grumple always has great hits.
No, right now it's good. Right now it's good. It's clear, but it's quiet, and just your gain button is not going to fix it.
You're describing it. Now I can adjust it. It's blurry.
Turbo is beaming, dude. Just
color?
ignore it, Turbo.
You're autistic. You hear color and shit.
Just ignore it, Turbo.
I smell sounds. What are you
Who are
doing?
you talking to like that?
At life.
Fucker. Fuck you, Chad.
If you catch a lobster and it has a notch in its tail, what do you do, Turbo?
Dude, I don't care. I'll wreck my computer. I fucking did. This is the third one, man.
Legate just shoots squirrels.
No, Turbo. If you catch a lobster that has a notch in its tail, what do you do?
Shoot squirrels.
Smash the goddamn fucking idiot beside you with it, dude. I don't eat lobster. It's for fucking goddamn peasants, dude. I don't fucking eat lobster. It's peasant food. It's rubber shit.
Grumple said, "Go back 6 inches. You went back 5 feet."
I don't eat ocean insects, dude.
I was trying to give specific advice for the exact situation that he had, and he got mad for just Band-Aid situation.
Turbo,
because
right there, that's a
you don't
really
want to be
good,
fucking around with it while you're live as much. If you can avoid fucking around with it and do a Band-Aid while you're live, that's preferable. That's the only reason I advise you to back off from it.
Turbo, the Jewish state was created by the Jews.
Yeah, obviously.
What?
Gayfron, it's great to be on a call with you finally.
Yeah, but why did they need a Jewish state, dude? Why couldn't they just have a fucking oblast?
Yeah, exactly.
Guys,
so why couldn't they have an oblast instead of
the
a
heavenly mandate of Jerusalem had
good
nothing
year,
to do
man.
with Christianity, guys. The kingdom of Jerusalem had nothing to do with Christianity, guys.
What?
The who? Who are we talking
Kingdom
about?
of Jerusalem. When the Christians
The
did the
kingdom.
Crusades,
Okay.
right?
I thought you said king.
They took over in the Crusades the area around Jerusalem, right? Saying that Israel has nothing to do with Jews is like saying that has nothing to do with Christians.
Israel has nothing to do with Jews? I never really said that. I said Israel is
You said that before, Turbo.
Thanks for the follow.
How do you just get so quiet?
712. Welcome
Is
to
that
the
just
stream.
All
buddy.
Jews don't have
quiet
anything
now.
to do with it. Like, yeah, you're right. But the majority of Jews have something to do with Israel.
Are you joking?
Because of the Talmud.
Because of the Talmud.
The fucking Talmud, the book.
Sorry, I'm playing game.
Book that is so evil that it's making all of them become like these like.
Yeah, I haven't read the
Is
Talmud.
an evil book, yes.
I can't hear Turbo.
Turbo, you're way too low. He was beaming with you.
Point your
Grumble
mic
was
at
beaming.
you.
I broke my mic.
Turbo's if you can't hear Turbo, you're deaf.
Grumble was memeing,
Tell me
dude.
when it's better. I'll do this.
I don't know what happened then.
Better?
I still have.
I can hear.
Is that fucking better?
A little quiet. Quiet.
No, wait.
I still have you 200% turbo, and you broke it.
Is that better?
No, way higher turbo.
No, it's not at
Way
all.
higher.
I don't think it's working at all. I think you broke it.
I think Grumble broke it on purpose, though.
It's pointing away from me.
So you guys
Grumble
wanna know-
broke it on
Non-Fawn
purpose.
Yeah,
made
also,
it in.
I think he
Good
is
evening,
speaking into the
Non-Fawn.
wrong
Your noise
side, although it should have other
Wait,
audio patterns. It shouldn't
before
just
we
be
continue-
cardioid, but
Here, I'll do this.
what'd you say?
Yeah, maybe because he had non-fawn. I have a question that I received from just not tonight from chat or anything, but so technically, are you a femboy or a twink?
How much did you get? Look at his nose, dude.
I don't.
would classify myself as neither. I'm sure some people would think of me as a twink, but I
don't know.
I don't think I've met you
Somebody
before.
else-
Hi.
Somebody else in that community said you were a twink when I just described you as like not fun. He wears the beer wench dresses,
Oh my God,
femboy,
yeah.
I guess, whatever. And then he corrected me, or he said he did, and said you were a twink, not a femboy. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to clear that, so I have it from you on whatever it is that you are.
Yeah, I think in my everyday life, some people would classify me as a twink. When I wear the dress, some people will call me a femboy, but I only wear the dress for money. When people donate, I put the dress on.
Oh, there's
That's
like
it.
3 voices.
Hey, X, what do you say about that?
Oh, Turbo, you're back.
About what? You were a twink or a femboy?
Whatever you just did, you sound back to normal. I still have to have you at 200%, but it's like back to normal what you were at. Like
very valuable.
Grumble ruined it, Turbo.
It's not gonna last. My microphone's gonna go out. 2 seconds. I'm trying to get one message across, and that's X is a fucking bastard, fucking motherfucker.
Oh, hold on. You asked me what I think about what?
Well, this guy says last time I checked, the Jewish people fucking would follow the 10 Commandments, and the Zionists would not.
He's right, Turbo.
That's one fucking good point.
He said his mic's going to last very little time. Let him cook.
I'm cooked.
No, I'm saying nobody interrupt you.
Down, the fucking Tiller
Yeah.
rush.
So I know that Jewish people were kicked out of 109 countries because in every country they went to, they weren't following the commandments.
More than that, buddy.
Wherever they go, they're just fucking motherfuckers, right? They take over all the stores, and they're just little cheap, little,
Dude, this is
they work amongst themselves. They do business with themselves. They just just
Turbo, you did this, dude. Turbo, you did it.
This is like the raccoon, the scheming raccoon. Is the scheming raccoon is telling me that this is what they do, right?
Yes.
I don't see why this is so hard for you to
Hold on. Jews were put at an unfair advantage by Christians because of anti-usury laws.
I don't know.
And Jews engaged in really shitty business practices like coin clipping and insane amounts of fucking interest.
But was it? It's like you're talking like
This
it's a
is
monolith. I feel
totally
like it wasn't
worthless conversation, but
you
it's
know what
funny
I mean?
when
It's
people
not
get
all,
mad. Oh
but
my
the
God.
religious community was rather centralized,
What
especially when we're talking about
what I'm trying to say to them, what I'm trying to say to these idiots, the argument that I have is these global elites, like the ones that have all the power, like the way that they control everything and stuff. The fact that they're like Jewish, I don't think really matters. The fact that they're like, if most of them or some of them are Jewish, by that point, that factor doesn't matter anymore. It's about money, power. I don't think they're doing it because they're Jews. You know what I mean? Like they're fucking doing it for the power and the money. It's the elite class of people.
Like anyone can get corrupted.
Like there's the elite class of people
Some of them are
that's the
Jews,
monolith.
and they're not all Jews. They're just some, the majority.
Like the Talmud, then, Turbo. You like the Talmud? Turbo, you like the Talmud? then?
Hold on. The elite class of people aren't a monolith. They don't all agree with the same things.
No, they don't. Which proves
Jews
why they're not
make up a very large amount of that class of people, right? And have a lot of influence over that class of people, push their agenda, while other people
wait a
in that
minute.
class
You're
of
talking about
people
there's
push
another tier
agenda.
of people now that have influence over the class of people. So who's the
There's-
fucking top? Are they
No
Jews or
one's
are they
the
not
top.
Huh?
No one's the top.
So you don't think there's any percentage of people that are the top fucking have all the power?
Would change.
You don't think so? You don't
Family
think top
Turbo.
like 0.5%?
It's a family, Turbo. You
There's
did it.
different interest groups that want different things at the
Uh-huh.
top.
But they're generally the same kind of they hold power, right? They wield power.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the few, and they're all Jews.
It's just a very high percentage of that people are Jewish.
Well,
and
you'd
belong
agree
to the
then
Jewish-
that it wasn't Judaism that all got them all there.
I would
It's
say it was
not-
Judaism there because there's no Jews
think
are such
Judaism
a large
made it happen, or do
percentage
you think it's just because they're greedy fucking pieces of shit? Is what I'm trying to say.
Jews are there because they're greedy fucking pieces of shit.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
You did it,
People
Turbo.
are, dude. I think people are like that. I don't think Jews necessarily just like, do you think that that's why?
If
though
you have a
modern art-
religious book that is your religion that tells you to be like that, that's probably a motivation on why you're like that.
Yeah, exactly. This is not fucking rocket science, dude. The religion teaches them to be this way. It's not complicated.
That's right, Turbo.
No one's born racist.
Oh, that's
for sure.
racist.
Nope, but you know what? They're fucking. They're. I don't think they need the Judaism to get them fucking like, dude. I don't think that
Dude,
the little handbook taught them how to do it, and that's why. Okay,
Quote, unquote.
considering that some of them I just said aren't Jewish, so what handbook are they using?
The femboy handbook.
That's irrelevant. We're not saying other people can't become greedy too. We never said that.
We're just saying that the Jewish greed and the Jewish overrepresentation is more of a problem if you live in a country like the U.S. than, let's say, Muslim overrepresentation, which really doesn't exist at all.
We're saying in terms of greed and power, the Jews are dominating because they've been following their religious scripture. This isn't fucking rocket science. We're just saying they're the dominant group in power right now.
You agree to it, Turbo?
They allow other people to join them in their ranks of wealth and power if they're sympathetic to their agenda or if they just don't get in their way. But anybody, let me just finish. Let me just finish.
You're saying that the book's the factor.
Turbo, come on, dude.
Deciding factor which makes them like this.
Turbo, come on, dude.
No, I'm saying the book.
I would say that the fact that the Danish people are generally assholes. I would say the fact that that's true.
Yeah, the Danish people are generally assholes.
That's like people now.
We look like that.
People are catching straight from the world.
Danes are generally assholes. That's true.
Yes, they are. Right. That's why Speed looks like that.
True, Tap. True.
And talks like that. It's really gross.
He's like,
Come
on, you fucking the Turbo. Fuck you, man. It's not your fault, Turbo. I'm fucking dude. Fuck you. Like fucking I'm sick of this shit. How you guys all fucking think this shit? I can't stand you guys. You guys are all fucked. I don't understand why you think this shit. I just can't stand
Turbo.
it. All night last night. I didn't even fucking sleep.
Turbo. Jewish state, dude.
Jewish
state. Turbo, you live in a Jewish state.
Remember, the problem, Turbo, is that
we were all indoctrinated by different religions.
I don't even like them. I hate them.
I live in a Jewish state.
I don't even like
Oh
them.
my god.
Buddy Turbo, my
Turbo,
buddy.
you live in a Jewish state, dude.
Turbo, my buddy. Would you say that Jews are overrepresented in the higher echelons of power?
I see they're overrepresented everywhere they are. They're stupid.
Now,
Christians are stupid
would you
too.
say that they have a different interest group because of their religious persuasion?
No, I say
they have different interests, different motivations.
They don't. No, they don't. They're
different goals than other people
they have
in
any
higher
kind of
power.
Weapon. I don't think so.
Jews are overwhelmingly socially progressive. They overwhelmingly advocate for
overwhelmingly socially fucking conservative.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And if the Chinese were all over our government and wanting like a fucking like theocracy, that'd be a problem.
Oh, there's just wait. It'll be a different story coming out of your mouth when that's going on. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and then we'll oppose the Chinese.
All about how fucking their Maoist teachings told them how they could do this.
Yeah. When that time comes, sure.
Mao was propped up by Jews as well, man. Same with the Russian Soviet Union. So, I'll get another.
Fucking seriously, man. Fucking shut up.
Fucking crazy curveball.
Idiot, man. I'm idiot.
Dude, he really didn't know that the Jews played a hand in the Chinese.
Bro, why is he so mad? Why is he so mad?
Because I exist.
Yeah, I'm glad you exist. If I speak for anybody. Who are you?
But then they live in a Jewish oblast, dude.
Yeah.
Turbo, the Jewish oblast.
Looking nice today. Yeah.
Turbo.
I think he got.
Yeah, he's
he stepped away.
All right, he actually just quit.
Turbo is not here right now, but if you leave your name and number, somebody will get back to you after the beat.
Turbo.
No, I need to get PPG to have this argument too. That would be awesome.
Oh no, we can't do I can't no. Just no.
I will.
PPG would make this so much better.
PPG's in timeout for a little bit. He got a little too.
What did he do?
Well, no, PPG's in timeout because he is banned from Twitch. So if he is on a call,
oh shit,
he puts your channel at risk if you're live.
He keeps saying mean words.
I got a question for Heisenberg.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to ask us: are you an Orthodox Christian? Because you have the Orthodox cross in your bio. And I want to ask why you believe.
Yeah, I am.
That's cool, man.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Heisenberg. I just want to ask what drew you to that belief? What do you believe about Orthodox Christianity?
Okay, I don't care. need to build a different base at some point. But I don't even know how I'm going to keep playing this for because we're basically done with it. Basically, because of everyone else got all the achievements, and I don't care about the achievements. Did anyone is it at all possible to convert a Bedrock world to Java? I'd play it if it was on Java. I don't think you can, but oh, you can. What? Converting a Bedrock world to Java is made possible with third-party tools. Oh, no way. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. What the fuck is this picture? Okay, I might do that later then. Because fuck Bedrock. Oh shit, I wonder if it would break the farms though. Because we had to look at the Bedrock farms. It'd probably, oh damn it. Well, I could deal with it. I accept that I'm not rebuilding a fucking creeper farm. Fuck that shit. Okay. I need to go get more caffeine. I'll be back once I fix that title. Alright, I'll be back. Where is... Okay, don't... wait. Okay. Don't need this. Don't need that. Think Destiny Schizo arc is blowing up? What do you mean? You mean like the Russia? I've seen like on a lot of edits. A lot of edits of like the let's get those stuff has been blowing up. Humana, what? Also, I've been blowing up. I didn't get that many likes. It's got 9 likes. God damn it. I'm running out of caffeine. I don't have money to buy new caffeine because I spent all of it on this stupid ass microphone. I am gonna buy a different audio interface because the one I have right now is not good. The dead internet theory is becoming real. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's wild. What you don't know is I am also secretly a Russian bot. Also, I'm finally verified on Twitter. They finally gave it to me. $2004 Trump. What? WhatsApp this and oh. Oh, you know what I found out today too? I think I was lied to by the NC State education system. The NC flag has this we have 2 dates in here of when we declared independence. Watch this shorts. I think show me the data, charts, example, funny memes, not just you talking about facts. I try to show data in them, like I whenever I'm like talking about data, like I show the charts, like the Phillips curve one, I show the charts, and the other one, the minimum wage one, I cited like 5 different studies in that one. Yeah, and I use examples all the time. What do you mean? I use, like almost everyone I have has examples, whether it be a like a representative example of like the consumption tax one, like has like let's imagine 2 different people, or like the Phillips curve one has examples of the Phillips curve of different countries. Funny memes, I try my best. What's the info is text too? Yeah, like I don't, yeah. Anyway, we had these like 2 dates when we supposedly declared independence. Or technically, this one is let's face more memes data is boring. Add memes. I don't know how to add memes without making it cringe. There's no good way to add memes. It just ends up looking cringy. Also, welcome back, Guido Planet. Thank you for coming back. Yep. Welcome. We have these 2 dates on our flag. Apparently, the first one is historically contested. Oh, I forget the name now. NC, or what's the name of it? It was like the figure out how it can be done. Well, I've never seen it done in a good way. NC flag or NC May 20th, 1775. Apparently, this Declaration of Independence is contested. Whether it actually, yeah. Tech Poll in 1819, with now the disputed claim that the first Declaration of Independence made in 13 colonies during the American Revolution. So it was supposedly signed May 20th, 1775 in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a committee of citizens of Mecklenburg County who declared independence from Great Britain after hearing of the Battle of Concord. If true to the Declaration, the Mecklenburg Declaration preceded the United States Declaration of Independence by more than a year. Professional historians have maintained that the Mecklenburg Declaration is an inaccurate rendering of an authentic document known as the Mecklenburg Resolves, an argument made first by Peter Force. The Resolves, a set of radical resolutions passed May 31st, 1775, fell short of an actual Declaration of Independence. Although published in newspapers in 1775, the text of Mecklenburg Resolve was lost after the American Revolution and not rediscovered until 1838. Jesus. Defenders of the Mecklenburg Declaration have argued that both the Mecklenburg Declaration and Mecklenburg Resolves are authentic. North Carolinians convinced that the Mecklenburg Declaration was genuine, and also because of the Halifax Resolve, North Carolina Provincial Congress on April 12, 1776, maintained that they were the first Americans to declare independence from Great Britain. This is what I was taught in school. I was always taught that we were the first, because I live in North Carolina. I was always taught that we were the first state to declare independence. Apparently that is disputed. When? All right. Let me check something. Kind of, I don't know. We could talk to some people. We could have a more fruitful conversation than the one that just transpired. Hopefully, if I know what I'm doing. So I need that. Make data great again. God, my life intentionally tangled towards. All right, I want to try something out. Check this out, if this works. Oh, wait. Uh-oh, fuck. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, what did I just do? Hell yeah, see that? Crazy shit. Crazy. Oh, damn, I know. This is not that impressive, but it took super long to set up for reasons I don't know why. I don't know. My computer, it's only my computer. I've tried like, I had problems when I tried to set up my phone as a webcam too. For whatever reason. I don't know why. I've tried every single fix I can possibly find. And sometimes I don't have issues, sometimes I do. Sometimes like my computer has issues detecting like my phone when it's plugged into it. Like sometimes it'll detect it and it won't let me use USB debugging, or it won't let me do certain things. But I don't really know why, because I use my same phone, same USB cable, and plug it into my dad's computer, and it works perfectly fine. So I don't know why it happens. Oh, you know what else I need to do? I need to add. Hold on. Let me just pick a video that, so I can add it as a source. Front USB or back? Both. Neither of them work. Well, sometimes they work. Right now it's plugged into back. The back one works more reliably, but yeah. Yeah, what should I guess I'll include it in Brave, I guess. Or no, I'll include it in Discord. And then you got to tell me that you can hear this. Also, let me change the sleep settings, because apparently that's going to be an issue. Oh, what? Wake? What would it be? What would it be called? Timeout? Screen timeout. Yeah, 5 minutes, okay. Okay, tell me if you guys can hear this. You should be able to now. Most taxes present a trade-off between efficiency and equity, but here's one that doesn't. A land value tax is a tax on the value of land. Generally, when you tax something, you get less of it, but new land can't be made and land can't disappear. Its supply is fixed. In economic terms, it is perfectly inelastic. That's why a land value tax is considered to be such an efficient tax. It simply can't cause the same type of distortionary effects that other taxes cause. It does, however, discourage land speculation and land banking. Yeah. All right, now check this out.
The billionaire who's reversing his age.
But this is the thing.
See, now we can do things. Now we can join things like this.
Mental
over on Instagram.
You shall be free indeed.
Ways, how are you?
This is the true peak of content here.
Because I would have heard you say that word.
Exactly what I said.
Did she say predominantly?
She did.
That's exactly what
Okay,
I
then it must have
said.
cut it. It must have cut out for me. I apologize.
Creator could also just be
place where we're gonna be raging and be disrespectful.
whoever they mean.
What's her favorite thing about Kamala? Repeat Harris. Sorry, I'm half awake.
Yep, somebody came through my life last night and was asking if I knew who MAGA
I try to optimize her TikTok brain viewers as much as I can. I had the captions like
my brain.
Just cutting them in like I don't know 4
or
5.
Where did the combustions come from?
Just traveled to a remote island.
How do I?
As useful idiots often do, you know.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You never.
You guys are missing out. These deals are going.
Live
will undergo a procedure he hopes will make.
Oh wait, I forgot. I keep forgetting. It's typed. Debate. Live. See?
Yeah, you and Janae got influence, man. I can't be on here.
Yeah, that sucks. Remember, even an adult in a suit can have TikTok brain is proliferating, but I try to make it as TikTok brain as I possibly can.
If the TV's not on and he's not playing his.
There's MAGA Trump. 21 plus. I'm not 21, damn it. Trump is against Halloween.
Him live forever. 46-year-old
a woman.
I don't know what else I could do.
Say this because she is a woman, and also she is what is it, mixed or black? So they're trying to push that agenda of the first woman as president. Well, no. The first, I don't care if it's the first woman, man. I don't care what it is. As long as
I got rejected. God damn.
Or help.
Safe space rule. How is your mental health?
That somebody was.
Fuck is this?
You don't know anything? What do you know about the Heritage Foundation? Tell me about the Heritage Foundation.
Maybe we'll join that, but his microphone.
Bible, maker.
It's so loud. There's such loud static behind him.
And Project 2025 is what they've written out, the policies for President Trump to think about, okay? I don't think you guys even understand what Project 2025 really is. All you're doing is listening to your news media that has said, oh, he's going to use Project 2025. You guys better watch out. He's going to destroy America. He's going to fire all federal employees. All 3 million of them. Come on now. Come on, go to Wikipedia.
I don't think he's doing that.
Best thing in the world on the waffles.
Is this a troll? I can't. I don't. Who knows?
Good morning.
I know we want to be completely Palestinians when they're literally going through G-side right now. Oh, I forgot. On TikTok, you have to be so.
Did y'all?
This is someone who agrees with me.
Jill Stein and Gary Johnson pulling votes.
two of the same question?
I don't know, probably real late because I know I'm going to bed now.
We're too heavy in data
I'm
presentation, not
sleep till
information
probably
communication. You
like
could have cat
12.
videos
It's
to
Labor Day,
explain
ain't nothing
current
important
facts.
to do today.
So
So
better in face videos. Is this data society?
Okay, well, yeah, I'll get back
I don't have the
you should probably get on
materials.
like between 11, 12.
Yeah.
No, 11 because your
What
time
even
is a
is
little
this?
early than ours.
Fantasy football.
This is a 4. I want to go over that.
Please, Divine, why don't you meet me in my life? I'll give you all the proof you need, and after I do, I'll shut you down.
Alex, Larry's still on.
Mm-hmm. He's still coasting it over 80, between 80 and 90 people, where he was.
Well, it looked like it said 153 on my end.
Now it's up there. Well, not taking people out.
Hello, Jared. How are you this morning?
Hey, I'm good.
For TikTok purposes, can I please have your age?
What'd you say? Sorry.
For TikTok purposes, can I please have your age?
Yeah, I'm 18 years old now.
Okay, what year were you born?
2005.
My math ain't working. Okay, what state are you gonna be voting in?
Wait, 1 second.
North Carolina.
Jared, what month were you born?
September 24th, 2005.
Libra.
So your birthday's coming up soon. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So why are you somebody about a little over 2 years, a little under 2 years younger than me voting for somebody like Donald Trump?
This is gonna be your first time voting, correct?
Yeah, did I ever say I was going to be voting for Donald Trump? I never said that. I'm not. I'm voting for Harris. I don't know.
Oh shit. Okay.
Way to assume, sir.
True,
So
for
this
real.
is your first time gonna vote?
Yep.
Forgive me. I'm really tired. I've been up since like 6 in the afternoon and it's 4:30 in the morning. So.
Valid.
It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh man.
So what is it that you like about her?
I mean, I'm more aligned with her policy on just about everything. I think she's a way more respectable person. I think Trump is morally unqualified for office, with all the J6 stuff and all the things he's done to women and a bunch of that shit. Versus Kamala Harris, I don't think has nearly as bad a background, and I think her policies are just all around better.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question because I want the answer from a male. Do you think it's time, or do you think it's too early for a woman president?
I don't think it's too early. No, I think it's fine to have a woman president. Yeah.
Because like Mexico, the UK, and there's been other places, countries, and stuff that had female presidents, and seems like they did fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have a question for him? Because I don't know. Like.
No, I'm just.
All right.
Jared, you said it's your first time voting?
Yeah.
I'm voting for Harris too, but I just were there any policies of hers that you necessarily don't like? Like, are you like 100% in, or have you?
There's not anything I super don't like. I think the taxing unrealized gains, I think that could be a bad policy depending on exactly how it is implemented. But it's not anything I really super don't like.
That's for
people that have
over $100 million. I know.
Make over $100 million. So
if you have $100 million, then you should worry. But if you don't worry.
Well, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't change the fact that it's probably going to decrease savings, which does have negative effects on the rest of the economy. So.
How would that directly make less savings? Because these businesses are going to have to pay more in taxes, right? So when they pay more in taxes, that goes back into the federal government, which helps out the middle and, just like the working class, middle class people.
You're increasing the incentive to consume relative to save, right? So people are probably going to choose to consume more.
When consumers spend money, what happens?
The economy grows.
It goes out to other people, but the point is the resources are taken away that can no longer be used for long run growth. Basically, those resources are consumed up. Versus if they were saved, that contributes to like investment. That contributes to long run growth and productivity.
Which resources though? I mean,
what do you mean, Rich? Whatever you choose to consume. I mean, it depends. Okay, for example, if I have $100 million and I want to buy a yacht, when I buy that yacht, what I've essentially done is I bid away the steel used to make that. I bid away the resources used to make that yacht, like the steel. I use those resources to make the yacht instead of like investment for a company that could have otherwise used that steel. I've bid away those resources from my own consumption when a business could have invested that, basically.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying. That's like saying that,
One sec, y'all.
I get what you're saying.
One section. Hey, Zeus, can I have your age, the state you'll be voting in, and who you'll be voting for, please?
50. I'm voting for Donald Trump.
And why are you voting for Trump?
I think Kamala Harris is not capable of running this country.
Okay, interesting. Fred Connor, can I have your age, the state you'll be voting in, and who you'll be voting for, please?
My name is Frida, and I'm 70 years old, and I will be voting for Kamala.
I'm sorry, Frida. I'm sorry. Jesus, I need to get new glasses. Anyways, y'all have a conversation.
Hey, Sus, why are you voting for Trump again?
Because I think Kamala Harris is not mentally capable of running this country.
Why not?
Oh, why? Because she's female?
No, I think she's not a female. I think she's just a dumbass. I think she's not intelligent.
Can you respect, okay? Nobody's cussing at you.
Tell me what it is.
There's other words you can use.
Wounds for Trump 2024.
I mean, that's the only word.
So you can't express your viewpoint without putting somebody down. Like you can't just use.
You asked me why, and I told you why.
You know what?
That's not a definitive reason why. That's an opinion. Go ahead.
You know what? I'll personally vote for Trump just to send somebody like you back. Bye.
What? You're not going to engage with him at all? Wait. I'm just like curious. When you say you don't think.
I ain't gonna deal with that shit.
She's not, because she's a weak ass.
No, I ain't a weak ass. I'll fucking flip you over fucking every day of the week and fucking twice on Sundays.
Oh, Jesus.
Can I ask the host why you said sorry, Frida?
Because I called you a different name.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought so. All right. It's good. It is good.
I mean, if you cannot, I'm sorry, this is for everybody in the chat and everybody, friendlies and ops. If you cannot respect anybody, no matter what side they are on, do me a favor, just keep your lips zipped.
Yeah, the disrespect everyone just needs to take it down a few notches. Let's have a civilized discussion. That's all I ask for.
Yeah. So here's a question for most MAGA. If you say you're patriots, then why are you following somebody that calls active and veterans suckers and losers and calls MIA cowards?
Ryan Johnson has been
Abu Kabir Institute. Abu Kabir Forensic Institute.
Yeah, and they kick back you an email setting you up an appointment where you bring down more documents.
Exactly.
All right, and then you bring down.
Then you have to fill out the form I-130 and send $500 money order. Yes.
That's why I said you was partially right. You forgot about you have to, when you go down to the embassy, you go down there to register and put in the information, and then from there they'll send you an email
She's just his vice president running mate. We don't vote for vice president in this country. So she got not one single vote. Joe Biden got the votes. Okay, they made him step down.
The coup against Biden.
Or he stepped down willingly on his own, whichever the case may be. And then they should have held a special election. That's what they do for everything else. Everything
Not true
else.
at all.
Why didn't they hold a special election and let some other Democrat run for the highest office? And you can't tell me there's no Democrats that don't want the job.
Also, anyone could have run, technically. There's nothing stopping them. It's just that the delegates all voted for Harris because
Vote
Biden
red,
had...
Brian says yes. Yes.
I don't think he's accepting shit.
525 billion.
If I know, then why am I using it? Because I get you guys to come in here and say land doesn't vote, and it's probably the funniest, most ignorant comment.
But land doesn't vote.
You think it's all cornfields? That shows how ignorant you are. Have you never left your hometown? Tell me that you've never traveled America by car without telling me you never traveled America by car. Hey, MAGA Whisperer, I just watched Joe Dirt 2 last night. That's funny. Yeah, we know that land doesn't vote, silly goose. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. Oh, there we go. It's not all cornfield, but it's all Hicks. So, Hicks are allowed to vote too. They're American, baby. Get used to it. Deal.
I can't even request to join. Damn.
Corruptible, right? Like, Mexico, or Haiti. The quality of life is terrible for everybody when it's like that. It's terrible for everybody. So it's like, make no mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need a competent, strong police force, and we need laws that make sense, that disincentivize certain crimes, or there's going to be an uptick on crime. Like, that's kind of how it goes,
I guess this guy doesn't fucking accept it.
That's how it goes. I mean, I don't know what the Democrats want. I mean, besides open borders, it's very hard to understand.
Fuck Trader Trump. Fuck Trader Trump.
What the hell?
For the bill to put in more border patrol, put in more judges and all that stuff. Then he said, we ain't gonna do it because we not gonna give the Dems credit for getting the border situation straight. I want to politic on,
Y'all exhaust me. Hold on, let me. Hold on.
We got to put America first.
No. You're putting points out there. Some of them I can't confer, and I would love receipts for them. But you're sitting here talking about the bipartisan bill. Do you know what the code of the bipartisan bill is?
No, the bipartisan bill ain't never make.
Do you know what it was? It has to be introduced, so it has a number. Do you know what it is?
I don't know what the code, but I know the main Republican.
So you're defending a bill that you don't know. So you're
the main guy that worked on it.
Hold on. So you're defending a bill that you don't know what the name of it is.
No, I don't know what the name of it is.
So how are you going to defend something that you haven't even read? Because if you read it, you know the name of the bill. It's very simple. I know you can memorize.
I know the name
I know
of it,
you can memorize.
You know the name of it.
So
if you know the name of it, and you know what I'm talking about.
If I say 5677, can you repeat that to me?
Yeah, I can repeat it. I'm not an idiot.
What is it? What did I say?
You said 5677.
So if you read the bill, you would know the number, correct?
Bro,
looks HR.
Why do I have to read the whole bill and know about what happened?
No, you're talking about. He's a loon. You're talking about HR too.
Saying that Trump.
You're talking about a bill you haven't read, though.
Wait, are you talking? Are you talking? Hold on. Hold on. Are you talking about the HR 2 bill?
I'm talking about the last border bill that was torpedoed. That
In
Senator
20
Langford.
in
That's a bipartisan
2024,
bill.
the bipartisan bill.
Bipartisan bill that Senator Langford was
40,
bipartisan
40
bill. Yeah,
so
that bill.
4361.
That was told, hey, we ain't
Okay.
gonna go forward with it because the Dems are
Okay.
gonna get for it.
So let me tear this up before I see there's 4 people in the queue. I see y'all are trying to come up. I'll get some of y'all up here, I promise. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna tear this up because I'm just exhausted with this conversation. It's so annoying because it's a tit for tat conversation. The HR2 bill came out in May of 2023. Republicans pushed it through the House. It's still sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk in Senate, just sitting there, just unalived on his desk, not doing anything, which was a strict border bill. It was strictly for border. Okay. Now let's fast forward to 2024. Okay, their administration was pushing a bill that was for foreign aid.
But also
The House was like, whoa. Like, hey, we have a huge problem here. We can't just do a foreign aid bill. We've already been pumping foreign aid out there. We can't do a foreign aid bill. You all need to put some border shit in, like you need to put something in about the border. So then they added the border portion. Okay, and bipartisan, I believe it was only 17 Republicans voted for it. So bipartisan, just because one votes for it, is horseshit to me. I feel like it should be a majority situation. But on the second hand part of that, okay, HR2 is still sitting on that desk, and a bill that wants to pump a bunch of foreign aid and a bunch of pork and beans inside of a border bill got turned down.
Callie, tell him how much money it was. Tell him how much money was going to where? $100 billion, and only $20 billion was for the border bill. And it's in the vicinity. It's not exact, but it was about $100 billion, and less than 20 was going toward the border.
So for it to get pushed down was a bill that probably would have got pushed down even if we weren't in this debacle that we're in now, because it was a horseshit bill, and they call it bipartisan just because some rhinos jumped on board.
Oh, some
because
rhinos.
people get TikTok purposes only. We
made gay marriage legal. What are you talking about?
And he made it to where gay people can serve in the military.
That's fine.
Obama actually made it
but what
so
has
that
he done to help
everybody
the country?
before 26 can still be under their parents' health care. Like,
You
everybody
came up
forgets
here-
what that man did. He did a lot.
You came up here and you want to spew the same Republican talking points that are old.
I'm not a Republican. I'm telling you facts.
Well,
almost a million jobs have been
here's the
lost
thing,
just
so-
this 4 years.
So you said that America is not supposed to be Marxist and socialist. I agree. But also, America is not supposed to elect a leader, in my eyes, or have a presidential candidate that refuses to accept election results and try to overturn a free and fair election. I think that is why, even as a Republican,
But using
I
your
won't vote for
justice
it.
system to justice your political opponent is okay. It's so obvious that they did.
It's the same justice system that convicted Hunter Biden, which is the president's son. What's your point?
He's not a political opponent.
Okay, but the fact if it was a two-tier justice system, Hunter Biden wouldn't have even been convicted.
Hunter
So what's
Biden
your
has
point?
he has been working with the Ukrainian government for so long.
I mean, tell us that you're MAGA without actually telling us
Exactly.
you're
That was
MAGA.
my point of what I said right before.
Bro, I would vote Democrat. I'm
You're
not voting
spewing
for a
MAGA.
Marxist though.
You're spewing MAGA talking points.
Who would want to vote for gas prices 50% higher and food prices 30% higher?
All of this is because of Trump.
Is Marxist.
How? Democrats have had control of the country 16 out of the last 20.
Every single talking point he's spewing is nonsense, first and foremost. And second
Everything
of all,
I've
it's
said
all
is straight facts from the Bureau of
all
Statistics.
Republican talking points. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Sorry, laid back. I know you were biting at the bits. I just had to get that in there and just say good morning to everybody. That's all.
I think every dude who votes.
Good to see you, Levi.
Just wait till we're done saying our greeting in our mornings. Hope everybody slept well. It's Labor Day. Today's the day we celebrate the fruits of our labor. And it's fantastic to have hopefully you have a 3-day weekend too. It's fantastic to see y'all this morning.
You
Absolutely.
too,
Happy
Levi.
Labor Day,
Good
Levi.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Lay back, bro. Did you want to say something to Big Money up there?
I just wanted to say he sounds like he's clearly for himself and not the people.
What, bro? Do you realize how expensive everything is? Democrats have had control of this country 16 out of the last 20 years. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
again with the talking points.
So let me
How
ask
is it a
you,
talking point? It's facts.
So what Biden and Kamala's policies affected you so much that you feel so badly about them?
3 of them have cost $1 trillion.
No,
They're constant spending. This country is trillions of dollars in debt, and they want to make illegal citizens give them health care and licenses.
Donald Trump added to that debt as well. Donald Trump promised to cut spending, and Donald Trump lied. Donald Trump added to the debt more than any president in recent American history.
How do you guys know what potential gains are? You know what growth is? They are
Potential
against capitalism.
potential gains. Listen to this guy.
How do you have a tax on potential gains? That's what Kamala Harris wants to do. That is not capitalism. That is not a free market.
Okay.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So when you say Democrats had control the last 16 years, what does that mean? What kind of control has the Democrats had?
Obama 8.
So you're talking about the presidency? Or
12.
You're talking about the presidency, right? Is that correct?
It's just funny to me how they
No,
had
hang
majority.
on. I want to make sure that I'm tracking you correctly. You're talking about the presidency?
Yes.
God.
Okay.
I
So
guess
how are bills passed?
They won't let me in, bro. They're censoring me. I'm assuming it's probably because it's 8 a.m. There's not many people doing it. Usually there's more people doing it. So. In the future, though, we will start farming TikTok debates. We will start doing it. Because I'm assuming they'd be good for not only content, but YouTube views as well. Or sorry, not only for YouTube views, but for TikTok stuff as well. Because TikTok obviously has easier to grow on TikTok because their algorithm is very easy to get picked up on. Although their views obviously aren't as valuable. But. We'll just keep this open to do that shit, and then UBI. All right. Basic income capitalism. Slipping back ever deeply into laissez-faire capitalism, reaching desperately for the Swedish model, clinging defensively to the welfare state, is there any other future worth contemplating for advanced capitalist countries now that whatever genuine socialism was still left on a list of political possibilities has been decisively squeezed out by what happened in Eastern Europe? Along with, I think it was written like 1999, by the way. Along with a growing number of people in Western Europe, I believe there is, and moreover, that this is further possible and more desirable than the 3 I just have mentioned. Basic income capitalism is an expression I shall use to describe this further possibility. It refers to a socioeconomic regime in which the bulk of the means of production is privately owned, while each citizen receives, aside from any income she may derived from participating in labor or capital markets, or may owe to specific status a substantial unconditional income. Capitalism is a socio-economic regime. Oh, fucking hell. It's fucked. Hold on, if I download it, do you think it'll be a little better? It's not. Economic regime. In which the bulk of the means of production kept in private ownership. But each citizen also receives unconditional income The introduction of such unconditional income is to be viewed not as a dismantling, but as a culmination of the welfare state, prepared by welfare state achievements in the same way as abolition of slavery or the introduction of universal suffrage have been prepared and made possible by earlier partial conquest. Awareness of the limitations of protection afforded by associations for mutual aid, next by compulsory social insurance for all wage workers, and finally by an unconditional form of guaranteed income, has gradually prepared our minds for this radical step and helped build the forces to bring it required to bring it about. At the same time, the introduction of an unconditional income can be viewed as a strategy for pursuing whatever was and remains appealing in the old emancipatory ideal associated with the communist movement, without requiring for this purpose anything like a socialist mode of production. From this point of view, socialism, understood as the public ownership and means of production, is a sheer instrument that should be and has been tried in order to promote the achievement of the ideals of a truly free society. Social society is one in which every person has access to the realm of freedom, thanks to the way in which the benefits of material progress are shared among all. It is one, more specifically, in which amounts of necessary labor in which the amount of necessary labor has been so reduced and or its attractiveness so enhanced that the life options of its members need no longer be constrained by the obligation to earn a living, such as a substantial share of the social product, which can now be distributed unconditionally to each of them. What social experiments conducted under a variety of circumstances and in a significant number of variants have decisively shown is definitely not, in this light, the aim they pursued is not worth pursuing, but at most, that socialism constitutes a seriously defective instrument for pursuing it. Consequently, for those who hold this view, the speculator collapse of socialist regimes gives no ground to despair, but it constitutes a powerful reminder that it's high time to concentrate on shaping first mentally, next institutionally, the best instrument we have: basic income capitalism. Socialism has tried to produce called it the ideal of a truly free society in which everyone has access to the realm of freedom. Thanks to the way material progress is shared among all. It is one more specifically in which the amount of necessary labor has been so reduced in order to attract and still enhance what a life opportunity that it need no longer reach an obligation to earn a living. It's failed to do so. This is not not mean. The aim was not good. That we should focus on a better way to achieve it. That being basic income capitalism. These two viewpoints, I hasten to add, are just two of the many angles from which people have recently been discussing the idea of basic income. I shall make no attempt in this article to provide a comprehensive survey of the arguments that have been used in support of the introduction of basic income or against it, nor shall I try to explain why I believe this proposal constitutes a genuine political possibility, at least in contemporary Western Europe. In the next 3 sections, I shall concentrate instead on what I believe to be the most robust ethical case for basic income. Ethical in the sense that it rests on the explicit normative conception, more robust in the sense that I believe the normative principles from which the conclusion is being derived to be less objectionable, and the derivation itself more compelling than would be the case for any alternative. I shall, moreover, have to confine myself to presenting little more than the intuition behind the argument, which I would spell out more fully elsewhere. In the last 3 sections, I shall indicate where this argument, if successful, takes the old discussion of capitalism versus socialism. Real freedom for all. What is a just society? It is nothing, I propose, but a free society, understood as a society whose members are really as free as possible. More precisely, it is a society that satisfies the following 3 conditions. A. There is some well-enforced structure, right, security condition. This structure is such that each person owns herself, self-ownership condition. And C. This structure is such that each person has the greatest possible opportunity to do whatever she might want to do. Lex medium or lexicographic maximum opportunity condition. In a fuller exposition, each of these 3 conditions will require a great deal of clarification. Let me just spell it out for you. So spell out someone with the 3rd one, which will matter most for our purposes. In a free, okay, hold on. A free society. Or I'll just say free society. It's one that maximizes 3 conditions. I don't know if I do this, does it? I feel like there's a way to have it do, instead of bullet points, have it be ABC. A well-enforced structure of rights, security condition. The structure is such that each person owns herself, self-ownership condition. The structure is such that each person is the greatest possible opportunity to do whatever she might want to do. Opportunity condition. For society to the third condition asserts the person with the least opportunities has some opportunities that are no smaller than any of those enjoyed by the person with the least opportunities under any other feasible argument. In case there exists another feasible arrangement that is just as good for the person with the least opportunities, then the next person has to scale up, and a free society must have opportunities no smaller than the second person up the scale of opportunities under this arrangement, and so on. Hold on. The person with the least opportunities has opportunities that are no smaller than those enjoyed by the person with least opportunities under any other feasible arrangement. Third condition. Person with the least opportunities experiences no fewer opportunities than the person with least opportunity under any other feasible arrangement. In case there exists another feasible arrangement that is just as good for the person with least opportunities, and that person next up on the scale must have opportunities no smaller than the second person. Okay, so on. Okay, this so-called Leximin or lexicographic maximum formulation is no doubt better than a purely aggregate formula, e.g. in terms of opportunity of society's average members, or a more egalitarian formula, e.g. in terms of maximum opportunities, to express the idea that the members of a maximally free society are all as free as possible. A full characterization of this ideal of a free society would require, in addition, a specific specification of the standards by which conflicts between three conditions should be settled. Giving some thought to these conflicts will help perceive more concretely what each of the conditions asserts. If one is to prevent most efficiently the violation of rights, for example, one may have to restrict severely self-ownership of some persons, for example, by arresting those suspected of having violated some right, or imprisoning or even executing the convicted, and or to restrict more mildly the freedom of all, for example, by limiting freedom of association in order to foreshell the formation of terrorist gangs, or by imposing conscription in order to ward off external threats. In other cases, such as compulsory vaccination against infectious diseases, or the obligation to help a person in danger, when the risk to oneself is small, there is a direct conflict between self-ownership and the protection or expansion of opportunity sets. In other cases, again, the conflict between self-ownership and Lexmanian opportunity is less direct and contingent upon several specific empirical assumptions. Suppose, for example, in the absence of legal obligation to vote, the proportion of comparatively poor people who vote is considerably less than if it were an obligation. Political platforms would tend to display less of a concern for the opportunities of the worst off, and the outcome of the political process would systematically diverge from what Lexmanian opportunities would require. As they only have a little bearing on the argument of this article, mostly concerned with the opportunity in dimension of freedom, I shall not discuss the complex issues raised by such conflicts. As a rough guideline, let me just state that a free society should give priority to security condition over self-ownership, and to the latter over Lexmanian opportunity. those conditions may occasionally come into conflict. They are not particularly relevant here. Or here, let's say. Now it will suffice to say that a free society should give a priority to the security condition over self-ownership. Self-ownership over the opportunity condition. Go outside, take a break, homie. Why? But its priority need not amount to rigid lexicographic priority. In other words, mild disturbances of law and order can be tolerated if getting rid of them would require major restrictions of self-ownership or major departures from Lexmanian opportunity, and mild restrictions of self-ownership can be incorporated into the institutional framework of a free society if a good case can be made to the effect that a significant improvement would result in terms of Lexmanian opportunity. Nonetheless, for the sake of simplicity, I shall summarize the three conditions and the priority relations among them by stating that they amount to requiring Lexmanian of the people's opportunities, subject to the protection of their formal freedom. That is, the respective structure of rights that incorporates self-ownership. This, in turn, I shall further abbreviate by saying that a free society, as characterized by the three conditions in their articulation, is one that Lexmanian's real freedom. Lexmin's all freedom. Why? This is such a stupid. I hate how he's using this as a fucking adjective. And I shall call real libertarian the position that consists in asserting that a just society is a free society in a sense. Where can this real libertarianism be located on a map of existing theories of justice? If the left-right axis is to be defined by the degree to which a position caters for the interests of the least advantaged, it is hard to think of a position that could unquestionably be located to the left of real libertarianism. Yet the latter falls short of the plan to egalitarianism for three distinct reasons. First, it imposes a formal freedom. Okay, hold on. I need a fucking... you might be right, actually. My brain's broken. Okay. How does Turbo have 20 viewers right now? Wait, I just realized how he's view botting. There's no, dude. No. I can't accept a world where Turbo has
Why are you saying that?
20 viewers.
You're semanticing me, man. You're fucking like, you're saying like it's a not the word Nazi. You don't use the word Nazi. You don't use the word Nazi, but they're just like them. But don't use it.
Okay.
Like,
He does not deserve 20 viewers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No world. Because the hoes are outside, go talk to some. All work and no play face. Ah, true. There is no shot. There is no reason for Turbo to have 20 viewers. How? He's incoherent. And dumb. And his microphone doesn't work. Alright, I need to have more brain power to read this, and apparently this host outside too, but I need to have more brain power to read this, and fucking no one's on the TikTok debate shit right now, because my teeth is so fucked, so. I got like 3 videos at it too. I might only edit one of them at this point, because it's kind of too late to edit the other 2. Do you want everyone to forget about this graph? Make sure everyone sees it. Just cuts off and the hoes are outside. I gotta buy a suit at some point because my fucking friends invited me to homecoming, which I've never gone to before. My entire time when I was actually at high school, I never went. I didn't go to a single prom or homecoming. And my friends who are still in high school, they're seniors now. They were a grade below me, so they're seniors now. They invited me to go, so I need to fucking. And I said yes, for some unknown reason. Anyway, thanks for watching. I love a lot of people watch me stream. I'm pretty sure they don't want to hear Guido, but I know I don't on YouTube. Don't you dare go to homecoming unless it's for a date. I already agreed to it. I'm not gonna not go. I'm going as my typical role when it comes to these things, a substitute boyfriend of sorts. Because most of my friends are women. So please don't. Why not? I already agreed to it. I'm not gonna not do it. But God, no, don't. Okay. I don't see. It's just gonna be like a relatively fun night with my friends. I don't see why we're so opposed to this, but it's not optimal. It's not optimal mean.
Hi, my name.
Anyway, I forgot places.